Hi. Oh no. Oh no. There we are. Hi. Hi, welcome in. I'm Kuari Koi. I'm an anglerfish. I got an Esca to prove it. Hi. 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 Um, I hope you're having a good day so far. I am, I'm a little tipsy. But no, I have celebratory cider because we got a game working that's actually pretty exciting and pretty interesting. Um, so so a little bit of information on today. Uh, we're gonna be playing Super Smash Brothers, but it's not likely to be the Super Smash Brothers you're super familiar with. Um, Well, it's like 94% the Super Smash Brothers you're familiar with because it's the Japanese version. Um, so technically it's, let me see if I can do this right. It is Nintendo All-Stars, kanji's hard. Dairantou Smash Bros. Kanji's hard. But yeah, so there will be a few small changes here and there, just fun things to look out for. I'm excited to see them. I'm excited for you to see them. Yeah. I got it all set up so that things is good. I tested everything twice. I felt like Santa Claus. I did all the things. So yeah, um, I I don't know about you. I don't know what you've been up to today, but I mostly been watching other VTubers do VTuber things because I'm cute like that. That's what I do. That's what I'm good at. Oh, hi everybody. Hi. Welcome. Thank you for the plague. I appreciate the plague. What I was saying, and I guess I'll repeat myself because it's worth it for you all to hear. Um, we're playing N64 Super Smash Brothers today, but oh, thank you for the follow, Doomsday. I appreciate it. But yeah, we're playing N64 Super Smash Brothers today. The Big Cheese sent you? Excellent. I appreciate the Big Cheese. The Big Cheese is fantastic. Top 5 rats, hands down. um, so yeah, we're playing the N64 Super Smash Brothers, but we're actually doing the Japanese cartridge copy, and yeah, so there's a couple small differences. It's not a huge amount of like crazy changes, but I want to go through everything with you so you can appreciate it with me because I really like the difference of it all. I can't guarantee this is going to be the best play of Smash Bros you've ever seen. I can probably promise it won't even be in your top 50, but it'll be fun. We're going to have fun today. Hi, Green Grunt Dude, welcome in. Thank you, Goran. I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. So, how about we just go ahead and jump right over so we can start this from step 1. You're gonna start like it's 1998 and it's a blue screen. So buckle in. Hi. Okay. So, are you ready? I'm ready. I hope you're ready. Let me know how volume is if anything needs to change. Sounds good to you? Excellent. The intro is peak, Goran, I swear. You need to download the OG Smash Bros. You think your brother needs a whoopin' again? Fantastic. This was a game my kid brother and I used to play a lot together. Like, most of our Saturdays devolved into Ocarina of Time in this. So, who I main is a complicated-ish question because it depends. It depends on the Smash Bros. For this one, I'm trash, especially because I haven't played for a long time. So we're gonna Kirby today, and if we get through Kirby, we're gonna go ahead and try somebody else. I'll let you guys pick if we manage to get through Kirby. But other Smash Bros, I tend to actually prefer to play as, Zelda. And I'm still mad. Still personally, taking it personally, that they got rid of my ability to switch from Zelda to Sheik. I take that personally on both a canon level and a fighter level. You main Fox and Samus? Oh, those are fun. I enjoy both Fox and Samus. I'm just not as good at them as I am at Kirby. But he's just so cute. Oh, Makita, you miss when JV 2080 Orchestra hits were in all game soundtracks, right? Fucking right, my dude? My god. I have strong feelings, and they're all here on this screen. So yeah, we've seen enough of the intro, I think, that we can go ahead and jump in. So, I went ahead and I deleted everything I have off of the save file, so we can just do it fresh. I thought that would be the most fun. So we can just do like a quick round just for funsies, or we can jump straight into one-player mode. Whatever you guys feel like, honestly, I'm fine with. I cannot speedrun this game, not anymore. There was a point where I was playing this so much that I could probably do the one-player mode in under 39 minutes on like normal 3 lives, but we're not there anymore. So do we want to do one-player game, or do we want to just do a basic versus? Anybody have any opinions here today? Because if not, I'm just going to jump straight into one-player. This is your chance. This is your one chance. Getting that one player? Okay. Will do. Kirby! Alright, let's go. I literally booted this up to make sure it would go and played like 30 seconds of a round, so I might be rusty. Oh shit, I didn't land fast enough to do the bye-bye. Oh, Flurmple, if I'm playing a retro game, there's a 98% certainty it's on retro hardware. I am a collector. I have about 3 dozen consoles. That is including duplicates and variants, but I have about 3 dozen consoles. Yellow, pink, okay. I shouldn't, oh no, I shouldn't play fancy, but I want to play fancy. Give me rainbow. Ah! Green, you keep getting in the way. Okay, that works. No! Well, free for all now. Bye-bye. Fuck directly off with that shit. Well, there's my 30-second mark. That's gone. That's dead forever. Yes! I am one of you now! Did you know the fan does so much more damage if you throw it as opposed to try to hit with it? It's actually like one of the highest ratios in this game.
Look at how happy we are over all the murder we've committed. It's wonderful.
Rude! Screw you. Oh! Timed that poorly. You are not doing what I'd expect you to. Okay, we can at least get no item this time. Ah! Maybe not. Oh, that works. That should count. That should count. What Eldritch Horrors have those innocent eyes seen, Swigert? I don't know if you've ever seen the terminal montage of Kirby, but that's become my new personal canon. I do have backup controllers. I just may have to go grab them. I technically have 5 controllers. Mario Party, I ended up, okay, I grew up Catholic school kid, so this may not land as well as I hope it does, but I grew up playing Mario Party so much that I was one of the people they should have directly advertised the gloves to because I went into Catholic school on Monday looking like I had stigmata. I was blessed by the holy gods. It just so happened that my holy god was Satoru Iwata at the end of the day. Get the fuck over here. Yay! Oh! Mikana? Did that say Mikana for Fox's name? How dare you! Yeah, that's what I thought, bitch. Oh no! Well, that works. Did you know Pikachu's name is a pun?
3, 2, 1, go!
So... No! Rat bastard. I grabbed you! You didn't grab me! I call shenanigans. Goodness. Yay! Oh, fuck you, quick attack. Well, that works. He beat my ass. You are not wrong. So you used to play in Smash tournaments back in the day, Fake Raid. I remember you saying something about you used to being like semi-pro. I would love to hear about that. Oh, fuck you. No. Only I get to beat up Yoshi in this game. No! I got Konged super hard. Just for that. Oh no, I don't get the... Ah! Fuck me. Fuck you. Okay, fine. Hammer ending. Bye-bye. Oh, front screen. So, like, Fake Raid... That's awesome. Genuinely, I find that awesome. Like, I have a friend who, was kind of like, I guess, a Donkey Kong Country speedrunner before there were speedrunners. Back when this friend's older than me. But we're video game nerds, so we game together. And back when Nintendo used to do, like, speed tournaments through like, they'd give you, like, the competition cartridges, and I don't know how many people here are, like, familiar with old Nintendo lore, but they used to do, like, regional championships and shit like that. Like, the movie The Wizard actually has a basis in reality. So Nintendo used to do these wild, like, local championships, then regional, then state, then, you know, it just kept going and going until it was worldwide. And there would be specific cartridges they would release just for these championships, where it might be like highlight levels from different games, right? And when they did that, if you qualified high enough, you used to go and be able to, like, get certain perks from Nintendo, or come home with a cartridge if you place. Like, there were certain perks to having done these competitions. I have a friend who actually was one of the regional champions for Donkey Kong Country as a kid, and then he decided, you know what, that's good enough. I don't want to travel that much, and just kind of stopped. Even now, you can go to Chillin' Dude or Mewtwo King's channels here, and they'll recognize you by this username. That's amazing, Fake Raid. Like, genuinely, that is super awesome. That is, I love hearing stories like that. I love hearing people's stories. Oh, shoot. Platforms.
I forgot you existed.
If I remember correctly, I can easily get 7. That's 6. Yeah, okay, I thought so. You guys have no idea how much of this is just muscle memory right now. You remember someone showed up in your chat who actually had the world record for Radiant Silver Gun? Really? Oh my god. Most expensive SNES carts right now is the Street Fighter tournament cart. Does that... I'm assuming automatically that includes the one unopened copy of the... Okay. Here's where I'm about to show the level of Nintendo nerd that I am. Buckle in. I am assuming that metric excludes one of one or all of the 3 as of yet unopened 5-screw track and field cartridges that still exist. I told you guys I was a turbo nerd. I warned you that I was kind of a game autist. Here we go. Because back in 2018, that cart alone was worth between 182 and 273,000, depending on the specific market. Not kidding, you knew I was going to bring up track and field. Well, you can't not when you're talking about like the most expensive Nintendo cartridges, right? Like when you're talking top tier, you've got all your regular shit, and then suddenly, okay, I'm sorry. Let me know if this bothers you and you want me to shut up. But I'm about to go on a nerd tangent here. Nintendo had a number of games that they released before they really fully unified and strategized and really made efficient their production line. You do have a power mat? Oh my god! That's incredible! Ah! Bobby, like when people talk about stuff they're passionate about? Go on the nerd tangent? Alright, buckle your pants. Here we go. Okay, so earliest Nintendo cartridges have 5 screws on the back. That's how you can tell if you've got basically a first or, in some cases, second edition of the game. In some cases, you can tell by the case, but let's be real, who still has so many of those cardboard fucking boxes anymore, right? And with the exception of a couple games, specifically like Mario 2, the manuals stayed the same throughout the run of the production of those games. So you didn't have a whole lot of change there. You could really only tell by the makeup of the cartridge, specifically what shade of gray you were looking at in the plastic, how many screws there were on the back, and there were a couple really small micro tells beyond that, but that's like pulling out your jeweler's glass type of shit, right? So we're not going to get into that level of like deep detail. But one of the first 5 games, no, 10 games. One of the first 10 games released on the NES. Like your first games were the ones that came with the ROB, the little Rob. You see him in Smash Brothers nowadays, the little good boy, certified good boy. He came with 2 games, or he had 2 games he could come with. And then you had a couple of other peripherals that released, including that power pad. Or power mat rather, that Fake Raid mentioned, which is basically like a DDR mat that Nintendo released in like 85. Because Nintendo, like early video games, and this is what I will always say, early video game developers were basically mad scientists of the art. It's fantastic and I love it. So you had the power mat and you had this track and field game. And it's as basic as it comes, but it's very much like the bones what became Wii Sports or Wii Fit in a lot of ways. And you have 3 copies of that game that have been certified to have, as of 2018, which was the last time I bothered to check. There were 3 copies of the original 5 screw, and you can tell by like the serial number, the UPN, like, you know, the corporate side of things, right? And copyright date and all that. So there are 3 copies of Track and Field that are completely unopened, still in like their original Babbage's packaging. One of them actually has a Babbage's sticker on it. I know that. Told you I was a nerd. So they're completely plastic sealed. They've never been opened. They've never been touched. Each of them is worth at least 170,000 up to over $250,000 because of the history attached to each of those cartridges. Because there are small changes Nintendo made, like very small changes, like you have to do side by side to notice, but there are small changes in between the 2 iterations of the game, between the 5 screw and the 3 screw versions of the game. And admittedly, the 3-screw versions run better, but that's not what collectors want. Which also means that if you want to get into video game collecting, just as a little bit of info, if you find a 5-screw cart and you find the right market, it's going to be worth a noticeable amount more than a 3-screw cart. I'm not saying it's going to be 3 times the price. I'm not saying it's going to, make or break the bank. I'm just going to say that it is noticeable. It might be $5, it might be $10, but when the game's worth $15 and suddenly you get $25, that's a difference, The rarest game you own is Kuon. Oh, I also Kuon buddies. Kuon buddies. I love Kuon. Okay. I'm sorry. I should play game, but I Kuon. I love Kuon so much. Oh, we are about 80 seconds away from an ad break, just so you guys know. So let's Kirby while I talk about Kuon. And FromSoft in general. Okay. I bought a copy of Kuon from GameStop from their pity buy section in the long ago. When they had that free disc thing where it was just in the red GameStop sleeves and you could grab a game for $2 or $3. I got a disc-based copy of Kuon for $3. Just nothing else with it. No idea what the game was, but it looked cool, right? That was the second game in my life that made me turn the lights on. The first being Eternal Darkness, and that's because I was playing it on a TV that didn't have a remote, so when it started telling me the volume was switching, I was petrified. But Kuon is one of the best games I've ever played. I love early FromSoft when they were still getting their feet under them. I have a soft spot for Cookie and Cream. I really like the Armor Core series. I was gonna say Armor Cross and I knew that wasn't right. I even like, and this is a controversial opinion. I'm not saying it's a better game, but I like Demon Souls more than Dark Souls. It's definitely not a better game. I will say that, hands down. That is not an arguable point. Oh, fine. Screw you. Take a bumper to the face. Oh, screw you twice. That was the exact same for you, Makita? You're right, it is very dreamlike. I think that's part of the thing that I love about it, is it reminds me of, okay, so I have strange tastes in games, and as much as I love the Sonic franchise, I actually, 2% more, prefer the Nights into Dreams franchise. So, anything that has that nice, comfy, uncomfy ethereal makes me very happy.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, I forgot I don't get anything from eating you. You're right, it has more heart and the level structure is better. You articulated it better than I could, but yes, that is entirely accurate. Thank you. best way to rough you up. I fucking love the audience sounds of this game, man. Mine, not yours, mine. I worked too hard for this. Bye-bye. Demon's Souls also has better weapons animations. Yes. Yes, it's and again, it's got more of that like flowiness to it, which we can call dreamlike quality and indulge my love of Nights into Dreams and that whole sort of ethereal vibe. Or we can just talk about how it flows better, like a good song. Either way, it's accurate. No, go away. I'm not gonna get the under 30 seconds now. Definitely not. I had my timing all wrong there. Ah! Twice. Go away, Yoshi. Oh no, you're not Yoshi. You're Link. You move like Yoshi at first. Ah! Ah! Shit! God damn it! What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Maybe it's the cider. Fine, we got around it. We got there. Shit! We did not got there. We almost got there. Your favorite thing about Demon's Souls is that certain areas get harder even if enough players died in it. You're right. It's great. I did play Rystar. I also maybe have the DS revival of Rystar because Rystar is so wholesome and good and adorable, and Rystar is so cute. Oh, actually, I'm gonna do a thing before I forget. Here is my Discord. If anybody would like to Discord me, there you go. You have a Discord now. I do have Rule of Rose, Thirsty Teapot.
3, 2, 1, go!
I have, okay. My collection is varied and weird. Like, some of my rare stuff isn't expensive, but is wildly rare. Like the Sailor Moon Super Famicom Another Story RPG. Or Wonder Project J2, which is basically a video game version of Neurosama. I don't mean her origin and her, like, progression. I mean, like, Neurosama as an identity would be Wonder Project J2. Interestingly enough, it's actually based off of an American 80s sci-fi based sitcom called Small Wonder, where there was a cyborg girl who was part of a family and just kind of wanted to do her best to human, like Data in Star Trek. And then they made a Super Famicom game where your robot character was a little boy, and then they made an N64 game where the robot character was a little girl, and it's like Pinocchio meets Miyazaki meets Neurosama. You remember you bought Demon's Souls originally? Cashier at GameStop gushed about it and told you about Miyazaki's inspiration for the multiplayer was when he was stuck in traffic on a hill in the winter and people had... Oh my god. I can understand that so much. That makes so much sense now. Oh my god. Yeah, no, cause like, okay, I've driven across the continental US more than once. And each time I've driven through the Rockies, I've been caught in a blizzard, and I've been caught in a blizzard in the Appalachians way more times than I'd like to consider. No! Like, I have been in situations where it's just straight up like, if you don't move your car, you're dying tonight. Or, if you don't move your car, it's going to fall off the cliff. Like, those happen. Those just happen. Right? Oh! Look at that! We did that a lot faster than I gave myself credit for. But, Pokemon, right, was inspired, especially first-gen Pokemon with all the bugs and everything, was inspired by, what's-his-name's growing up in Kyoto and all the exploration he did in rural Kyoto. Oh, that sucked. Ah, shit! I do not remember how to do this fight. Oh, there we go. Yep. Ah! I timed that terribly. I expected him to be under like 50% or 150% speed. Ah! My timing is shit tonight. Certified gamer. Okay, we're under 100. Yes! Oh, I got it right that time. Finally. Yes! And other adorable noises. Yeah, one time I drove through the Rockies and there were 18 different snowstorms that hit me in one day. And hurricane force winds. I watched like box trucks literally roll next to me. Relatively small team for this game. Hey, Charles Martinet! Yes. I swear to God, Koji Kondo has had a permanent influence on my life. Oh, I don't know if you guys know or not, but starting on Sunday is a week-long event that I'm very fond of and very excited for. Starting Sunday. Oh, hi, Samus. I'll get back to that in a second. We've got a cute girl to kill. Oh no, Captain Falcon, a less cute girl. I knew those shoulders were big. double rude. Am I gonna cheap shot you? Yes. Cause fuck you and your kick. We got Captain Falcon. Am I into Pikmin? I think Pikmin is adorable, but I don't think I've ever actually gotten myself through a full Pikmin game outside of the Wii U Pikmin minigame. I also sometimes make a joke, maybe, about Pikmin being British colonialism, the video game, because I'm trash, and that's what trash does, and I'm cute like that. So I kind of just want to do a versus mode because there wasn't a whole lot of versus going on there, and I just want to have like a 5-minute free-for-all and see what happened. See what happened. Just by myself. Alright, I will take recommendations or requests for comm level and for character for anybody interested. I just want to have fun here. I've got it set for time, so it's not like things are going to be the worst ever for me, right? Pikmin and Wario are the only Nintendo franchises you still like. Makita, I can respect that. I am always going to be a Zelda addict. I super blame my grandma for that one. Because she used to be like a super active lady, and then when she got cancer, it kind of kept her homebound, so she went out and bought a Nintendo. Like a secondhand Nintendo. And she got Duck Hunt and the first Zelda, and I helped her beat the first Zelda, and I quote, "Okay kid, you're so smart, fix it for me," before I was in preschool. So my weird nerd point of pride is that I can probably tell you anything you want to know about Ocarina of Time, and I have at some point in the course of my fishy life 100%ed every Zelda game. Every mainline Zelda game up to 2017. Oh, glad you find it wholesome. Max out the CPU level? Okay. Okay, let's see how this goes. I was also apparently one of the only people who ever owned a Nintendo system, or owned one by proxy, that knew that Duck Hunt was a 2-player game. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, think of characters while I go fix my dearth of cider, because this is a capital problem. Yeah, so Duck Hunt, pardon the can. Duck Hunt, if you plug a controller into the second port, you can control the ducks. You grew up jerry-rigging your NES as well? Oh, yeah. Well, they were so easy to play with, and Nintendo functionally jerry-rigged it itself, like, with all the peripherals. The one that always lives in my head is not the Virtual Boy, it's not the Power Glove, and, you know, obligatory, I love the Power Glove, it's so bad. No, they had built a breath-controlled controller for paraplegic gamers in, like, 86, 87, something bonkers like that. Nintendo was just like, everybody wants to play games. Let's let everybody play games. And there was that. And it was like a full seat that you would rig up. And then there was also one that looked like, basically looked like the way that Battleship, you know, the old Battleship board game, the way the pieces are, where it's that like open book, open laptop sort of view. It was that, but it was supposed to be a motion controller. It failed spectacularly. We're talking like 17% success rate on reading movement, but it did. It technically did. Let's be blue. Da-ba-dee-da-ba-da. No, you're right, Makita. In the in the 80s, they were trying their best to get us to the super future that the early 1900s dreamed of. Yes, the Famicom controllers had microphones in them. And the piece that I will die on the hill for, I'm sorry, we're just gonna sit here for a second, my dudes, is the disk drive. The Nintendo, well, pardon me, the Famicom, the Super Famicom, and the N64 JP all had a disk drive. And for the NES, it was basically like a floppy disk. And you could go to a department store and go up to a bright yellow kiosk and insert your little floppy disk, your Nintendo branded floppy disk, and choose what game you wanted to download and pay the $5 to $7 to download that game in a soft edition. And then you have it on your disc and you bring it home. And sometimes it was just a game, just a version of a game, and sometimes it was an addition to a game. In the JP version, exactly, yes, Fake Crane, oh my god, I'm so excited you know this shit. In the JP version of Zelda, that's how you had to beat the Pulse Voice enemy, was by shouting in the mic, yes. They had that as early as 1983 in their prototyping. And it's phenomenal. Honestly phenomenal. But these disk drives, right? It was just something that you popped on the bottom of your Famicom, and it looked a lot like the Apple II, like actual CPU for an Apple II. If anybody here actually knows what the hell I'm talking about, because I am that type of weirdo. But like you had additional levels for certain games, you had new content, functionally the first DLC for certain games. You had just games you could download like that. That stuff was ahead of its time. You also really found the bootlegging hardware to be super interesting, and the guy behind Hong Kong 97 ran a magazine that sold old school video game Yes! Yes, he did! Oh, how? Okay, Makita, I'm curious. How much do you know about the Dendy? I want to know what you know about the Dendy system. Bitcrate, did you know that the enemies in Zelda 2 that were only vulnerable to fire were added in the US version? I remember something about that. Yeah. At some point, and honestly, if we get bored of this, we can try to pull it out tonight, but I haven't tested the save battery in it. But at some point, I can pull out my Japanese copy of Ocarina of Time for you so you can see all the differences, because there are a couple of differences. I don't want to fight two Links. Who should we make as our third character? You know about the Dendy! Oh, somebody else who speaks the sacred code! Okay. For the rest of everybody here who wants to have a good time, I don't want to gatekeep this. During the existence of the USSR, Communist Bloc Russia, up to like 89-90, right? You couldn't get Nintendo products into the Russian bloc. East Germany inwards, you couldn't get Nintendo products because of certain sanctions and this, that, and the other. So there was a pirated system that built that was called the Dendy. And the Dendy was somewhere between 80 and 92% functional at any given time. And that's the best I can say about it. It was never like the best system ever. It was never a perfect one-to-one copy, but it got damn close an awful lot of the time. And the best part about the Dendy is that they made, like, okay, so we're talking like 80s here. So you got to remember, or you've got to figure what copyright laws were in the 80s, because they've definitely tightened up since Disney got their hands on copyright laws in like the early 2000s, right? So they had gone for the like 10% difference side of original content. That was the copyright law at the time. And you have things like Prince of Persia, but if you had blue, now you have purple. That type of thing. It was really fun. Well, but speaking of old school piracy, you're going to be seeing the band of one of the dudes in the Razor 1911 group this coming spring. Yes! That's awesome! That's super cool. That's, I know that band. That's, what is it? Master Boot Record or something? Yeah. Their album that's just made computer parts and functions is my favorite of theirs. I think Ram is probably my favorite of their pieces. But yeah, the Dendy was the Eastern Bloc answer to not being able to get video games. All right, we need to diversify what's going on this screen here, because we have too many of the same type of shit happening. Do we keep Link or do we keep Fox? Because they're basically the same type of fighter. And I want to change one of them up. I want to get some diversity in here. It is super fun to talk about this Machina. I'm so excited you know this stuff. Samus? Alright, who do we switch to Samus? Do we switch Fox or do we switch Link to Samus? Because that's the final question, I suppose. Well, I'm gonna keep Link because he's my good boy. Hold on. How do I do this? How do I do this? You're pink. That's cute. You're gay. That's cute. No, I don't want you looking like Pooh, and I don't want you looking like Easter. I guess we're just going with regular Mario. Alright! Now, so before I start this, I need to finish my rant about the disk drive. Because I hadn't finished that. I only got to NES, and it's apparently nerd time. And it's gonna be on my brain until I finish talking about it. So, for the Super Famicom, they had a disk drive, which was cool. They also had a satellite system, which we can talk about another time. For the N64, there was a disk drive. There are only 9 prototype games made for that disk drive, because it never fully released. That was one of Nintendo's big failures, which sucks because it was right after the Nintendo PlayStation. Like, it was almost the same length of time between those two things as there was between the Sega CD and the Sega Saturn, which is its own fucking tragedy. Don't get me started there. Somebody in marketing and somebody in charge of development had terrible ideas and nobody checked them properly. So similarly for Nintendo, we were supposed to have a DLC component to Ocarina of Time. If you've ever seen any of the bits that never made it in to Ocarina of Time that came from like E3 or any of the Nintendo Power magazines, and we're talking like actually the Triforce, we're talking the Unicorn Fountain, we're talking the girl that's sitting, okay, again, turbo nerd, we're talking the girl that's sitting on top of the shop in Kokiri Forest. She's supposed to be the sage of the Temple of Wind, because that's a more common theme in Zelda than most things, believe it or not. we tend to almost follow an I Ching sort of philosophy in Zelda. It's fascinating. There's a whole, like, discussion to be had there. But you have at least half a dozen elements from Ocarina of Time that were meant to be developed on. And were meant to be really played up. And the way that Tears of the Kingdom is to Breath of the Wild, this game was supposed to be to Ocarina of Time. And this doesn't even include, like, we'll say Majora's Mask became, like, maybe half of what was in this game. This idea they had. But there's a team that's been working for, I think, like 20 years now, God bless their souls, to rebuild what they're calling Ura Zelda, or Mirror Zelda, which is that lost game. And there was a development about 6 or 7 years ago where they actually found one of the developer discs, but I don't know where it got beyond that because Pandemicon interfered with a lot of things. So, you know, everybody's schedules and needs got shifted there. But there's your weird bit of Nintendo lore. Ooh, which course? My first thought was here. But that's just because it's my favorite course. If anybody has any other opinions, please feel free to jump in. But I'm feeling some Pokemon. They do need to keep quiet because of the C&D. Admittedly, they did start this when Nintendo wasn't so tight about that. I mean, we're not talking the age of, like, or the notoriety or even the development of, like, the GoldenEye Mario mod that happened, which is my favorite thing to happen to Mario or GoldenEye in a number of years. But it's not quite that level. It's not quite the Mario Party mod level. But it is an impressive feat that they've accomplished. They actually, one of these disk drives, because there are like 9 developer discs for the disk drive in English. Not 9 different games, not 9 copies of each game, 9. 9. One for each game that exists. As far as I know. They may have found more, but as it stands, we're kind of on the edge of, like, finding the ET vault levels of game lore here. And for those who may maybe not know, for years and years and years, there was discussion about how E.T., the Atari game that arguably caused the video game crash of '83, well, I'm rambling, by the way. Tell me if you want me to do a different stage than Yamabuki City. Shit, where was I? Oh shoot, I just lost my place in my brain. I got thought cul-de-saced. Oh no! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I could tell you something. I was wrong. If you could remind me what I was saying, like the last thing you remember me saying on the theme, that'd be awesome. Otherwise, it's gone. Swiss cheese brain is a thing. We were talking about C&Ds. I mentioned the N64 GoldenEye mod. I was going into something else. I don't remember what it was. But, yeah, okay. Fuck it. Fuck it, we're doing it live. Let's do it live. Let's die a million times. already gone? No! Yay, I'm pretty now. Oh no, I'm exploding now. No! That's mine. You can't have it. You can have exactly 0 of it. Please note that it said Chansey. Oh, Samus, you're taking it personally that I cosplayed you. That's unfortunate. That's also unfortunate. Egg! Exception! Oh, bye! I knew that was coming. Alright. I think I threw that off screen. Tragedy. Rude. Oh no! That box was splody.
Want to join the party?
No, that's not how I wanted to join. Ugh! Don't even get the dignity of front screen. I'm getting my ass kicked, man. I've died 2 or 3 times. I don't think so, buddy. No!
No!
I think Link might have won this one. But I don't think I'm in last place. And that's what matters. I picked up into you. I didn't time that right.
This game's winner is
How? Oh. I don't understand. The math doesn't math for me. Wow! Nani the fuck? You had to go for a minute, but am I familiar with the even older Soviet game consoles? I'm vaguely familiar. I'm admittedly more... Okay. Hyperfixations are funny, and I'm admittedly slightly more familiar with, US Pong consoles, because I find them to be super rad. Especially the fact that even the 4-game ones had skeet shooting, because the few companies that were actually making the actual, like, software for these consoles, there was, like, what, 2 or 3 companies? Okay, so we're talking basically Pong consoles. I don't know as much about the Eastern Bloc versions as I do about the Western Bloc and US versions. I will admit that. I do know a lot about Tetris. Hyperfixations are specific and weird. But I know a decent bit about Pong consoles in general. I actually once gave one of my employees a 3-hour tutoring session on Pong consoles and how they developed into things like the Atari and the Channel F and ultimately the Vectrex and things like that. He timed it. I was 3 hours and 18 minutes. I'm not saying this because I'm proud of it. I'm just letting you know the level of nerd you're dealing with. The Vectrex is awesome. I don't know if I've mentioned to you, Makita, I used to manage a retro video game shop. And it was probably my favorite job ever. And I've worked some really cool and really weird jobs. But I used to manage a retro video game shop, and we had somebody come in with like 16 or 20 of the Vectrex carts with the overlays, another 2 or 3 without the overlays, a Vectrex, a second controller, and the canvas carrying bag. I about lost my shit. The only way this could have been cooler was if they actually had a copy of Mr. Boston in there. They did not. But they had kind of like the home player's best, and it was one of, not the coolest, but one of the coolest things that ever walked into my face in the video game shop. I would put that in the top 3. I would put that up there with the guy who came in for Easter thinking he would get $100 for his like $700 collection and what we paid out in cash. Like, Boss Man had to run to the bank and couldn't run to the bank, so he had to, because it was Easter, so he ran to an ATM and, like, did 7 or 8 different transactions to pull enough money to actually pay this dude from the company account. Because dude came in with, like, a duffel bag, and he was like, hey, I'm hoping to maybe get, like, $100 or $200 for all this shit. And then he starts pulling things out. And when he starts pulling things out, he pulls out a Sega Saturn. And he pulls out both types of controller. We have the standard issue controller, and we have the, what is it, the globe, the orb. It's got a funky name to it. The big round controller for the Saturn. And I'm automatically like bug eyes at this, right? Like, you can't not freak out a little bit when somebody pulls out the start of the Sega peripherals. And then he pulls out the, what is it called? The play track, the 3D controller, exactly. And then he pulls out the cartridge that you plug in that basically self-pirates your system. It's like the proto Game Shark, but it's not called Game Shark, it's called like Play Something. And I can't remember at the moment, and I'm so sorry. Action Replay! Yes! Action Replay! Thank you! Thank you! You helped the Swiss cheese brain do the thing! I appreciate you so much, Makita. So So he pulls that out, and then I start really freaking out. And then he starts pulling out the games. And every single thing he pulls out is CIB. This is complete inbox. This has the manual. This has any and all promotional, like, flyers, materials added in. Like, it is day of release minus the plastic. You own a Saturn, you've been meaning to get the SD card mod for it? Dude, hard same. Because, like, as a lifelong Sailor Moon girly, there are a lot of really good, like, some of the best Sailor Moon video games came out on the Saturn, and they're so hard to find. And, like, oh my god, right? Like, I need it. I need it for my soul, for emotional and personal development. I need this to be a whole person. I need more Sailor Moon in my life. It's the only way I will fully succeed as an emotionally aware, fully developed adult. Not that I'm dramatic or anything. But yeah, so he pulls all this out, pulls out the action replay, and then he starts pulling out the games. And first it's, and again, all of them are minus the plastic day of release. Perfect. Panzer Dragoon. Sewer Shark, of course. A couple of sports games. Popful Mail. Magic Knights Ray Earth. Yellow. Magic Knights Ray Earth. Blue. Magic Knights Ray Earth. Red. And it goes up from there. Boss Man at the time was home doing family Easter things and being like, you know, that type of emotionally aware and like family functional nerd weirdo. And I have to call him at like 1 p.m. on Easter, like the most, and this is in the South. I've got to contextualize the story by explaining that we are talking about like Dixie at this point. And he's off for the day doing family things like proper Easter dinner, and I call him. And his immediate response is, "Hey, what's up? What's wrong?" And I go, "Nothing's wrong, nothing's on fire, but I think I need you to come in. We're having one of those days." And he comes in and he looks at the shit on the table and he just goes, "Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god." And this is the second time I had to call him in for one of these, for the record. This is not the first time I had to call him in for a, "Hey, boss man, this is beyond my ken. I cannot. I am so, like, I'm a nerd, and this is more than I can handle. This is absolutely more than my poor little fish brain can handle. I will die discussing this with this gentleman, and I will do my best to give him the best price available, but I am going to die trying to be fair here, because I want all of these," right? So this poor man comes in at Southern dinner time on an Easter just to look at things and spend a whole lot of money making sure we get them in the shop. For the record, the only time above that for weirdness and wildness was the guy who came in with everything PS1 PAL that I'd ever dreamed of. You're right, he was sitting on pure gold. So when I handed him $700, this man about cried. He was like, "You're kidding, right?" I was like, no, this is exactly what you get for what you brought me. You have no idea the treasure trove you've been sitting on since your blurred days in the 90s. My dude, let me tell you how prophetic your tastes were, right? And so I got to make his Easter, which was phenomenal. I loved getting to do that shit. That was probably one of my favorite parts of the job, when somebody would come in either to sell or to buy and just be like, "Wait, you what? You can what? You what? Oh my god, this is the best day ever." Like I had a fellow Dreamcast nerd. I'm sorry if I'm ranting too much here, and tell me to shut up if you want me to start playing the game again. Really, genuinely, please. But I had a dude come in who was a Psychic Killer Tarumaro. You would cry. You're correct. That game is amazing. Hey, Dark Rio, welcome in. I don't know how long you've been here, but welcome in. But, like, there was a dude who came in who was a fellow Dreamcast nerd. And, like, I mean Dreamcast nerd. Dude and I talked Billy Hatcher. Dude and I talked Illbleed. We talked favorite levels in Illbleed, which was rad. Do you know how excited I was to find anybody who'd ever fucking played that game? Let alone, like... You jumped in the moment I said Sailor Moon. See, I called you. I called you. It was my bat signal. So yeah. I lost where I was. I'm sorry. I lost my moment there. I apologize. Oh goodness, what was I ranting about? I was ranting about something. Swiss cheese brain is a problem. We can blame this all on well, okay, I'll be frank with you guys. We can blame this all on hi Kawaii Cuties, welcome in. Yeah, OG Smash Bros. But the twist is this is the Japanese copy. And I never finished explaining this. I'm so sorry. So I'm playing on my N64. I meant to explain this all at the beginning of the stream and I forgot entirely. I'm so sorry. Let me do this now. I'm playing on my N64, which is a certified good boy. It is the berry blue, full berry, not berries and cream. We are talking NTSC, not NTSCJ or PAL. The full berry blue N64 with the original controller. We are playing a copy of the Japanese Super Smash Bros. The original Super Smash Bros. For N64. And the reason it works is because digital rights management in the 90s was super silly on cartridges. You basically only have to unscrew a couple screws and reattach the backing from like... Well, this one I think is the backing from Madden 2000. Let me take a peek. Yeah, that's Madden 2000. Oh, Kawaii Cuties, you hit a 3-stream streak. Thank you. I got my hands on this managing a retro video game shop. That was some of the stories I was telling, actually. Was talking about some of the things I encountered at the retro video game shop. So yeah, if the DRMC for old cartridge games is basically just the way the grooves fit in the back. So if you take the backing off of any US game and attach it to a Japanese game for NES, SNES, or N64, you can just play it on your US cartridge. Or US console, rather. Not cartridge. I can words. Words are hard. I do my best, but words are hard. That reminds you of using Mortal Kombat Deception for hot swapping JP games on your PS2. My dude, yes. Yes. So I have a number of Japanese cartridges that I will play for you guys happily over different consoles. And most of them have like sports game backing. So it's really funny to see like, you know, Mario or Zelda or Smash Bros. And then on the back it says like copyright John Madden 2000. So as far as the Dreamcast dude. Sorry, I've had hiccups all day. And they just decided to revisit me. I had them for like 40 minutes earlier today, and then they stopped, and then they started again for like 40 minutes, and then they stopped, and then they started again for like 40 minutes, and I really hope this version isn't the 40-minute version. I really hope I can fix this quick, because hiccups are bad, and I don't like them, and they're mean. But yeah, this dude at the video game shop was a total Dreamcast nerd. Like, we talked favorite levels in Illbleed. We talked about Billy Hatcher. which I tried to find my copy of for you guys for Christmas and failed, but Billy Hatcher is an adorable little game. We talked about a whole bunch of weird Dreamcast things, including like the touchpad and a whole bunch of shit. And this dude was like, I have a list of maybe 20 pieces that I'm still looking for my Dreamcast collection. And he has the list on his phone. And, you know, I like making dreams come true. That feels super good to be somebody's favorite NPC, you know? Like that just fills you with warm fuzzies. Am I wrong? And he shows me this list. And what he's got on this list is a number of games that we definitely don't have, because this is like late January, early February, so we've been cleaned out for Christmas, right? That happens in any retro like specialty shop. And he shows me this list, and most of this I'm missing. There's no way I can fulfill this man's dreams as far as like even Sonic Adventure 2 isn't at home right now. But on that list, he has the banana yellow controller. And I go, really? And he goes, yeah, that's the one controller I'm missing for my whole GameCube collection, or my whole Dreamcast collection. So I walk in the back, and I message Boss Man. Or actually, no, I called Boss Man to make sure I didn't have to wait for the ADHD tax, right? Because who runs a video game shop that isn't ADHD as fuck? Let's be real here. So I called Boss Man. I'm like, hey, I got this dude out front who's looking for this one piece that we technically have, and we haven't tested it, and we haven't done shit. Are you okay if I sell it to him at, like, base retail price? And he goes, yeah, if he's willing to buy it without testing it, just buy it on good faith, then go right ahead. Now, standard disclaimer, we did test everything that came into the shop as it came in. We at least gave it a rundown before we put it in the back for like full testing. So we knew it nominally ran. It may only go for like 15 minutes before the stamina runs out. But it did the thing for at least that much, right? So I grabbed the controller we have in our tester bin. And I come out to the dude and I give him this full disclaimer. I'm like, look, I can't guarantee this will be perfect. I can't guarantee that this will work wonderfully for you. I can't guarantee you won't have to do some surgery. But I can sell this to you for the price of a regular ass gray old game or a Dreamcast controller. And this dude looked at me and thought I was pulling his leg for a second. Like, honestly thought I was... Yeah, so, I mean, rebuilding controllers isn't that hard. It's just tedious. Ultimately, you don't have to do a whole lot. You just have to order the right pieces and maybe solder them in. Odds are good you just have to lock them into place and then pop the top of the controller back on with, like, I'd say 80% of the controllers that you come into contact with with retro games. It's basically just, like, simple motherboard or tap switch. Not a whole lot of do there. But this was like, at the time, your standard Dreamcast controller was going for like 10 to 15 bucks for an original Dreamcast controller. And the yellow one was going for like 80. Something like 80 or 90. Something crazy like that by comparison, right? So I was just like, hey, if you're willing to test it and maybe fix a couple things yourself, this is all yours. And I made that dude's post-Christmas. And those were some of my favorite days working at the video game shop, or things like that. I missed that job. You're correct, Fake Crade. Most don't sell for their enough to be worth the time it takes, especially when you have companies that have taken the old Nintendo retired patents and rebuilt them. There are a couple companies that do almost perfect, like, old Nintendo recreations, like NES, SNES. Like, you can't tell the difference aside from the logo in the center. Wholesome Chungus. I do my best to be a wholesome Chungus.
You got a busted Spice orange GameCube controller and tried to replace the analog stick, but you'd have to completely remove the hardware and solder in a new stick. Yeah, that's the problem. Once you get to GameCube, you start actually having to deal with the computer side of things. And that involves solder, and that involves a little more effort. And, like, arguably the NES, the SNES can involve solder if it comes to reconnecting or building in a new pin attachment, like a new pin connector. But it's not inherently required. It's not inherently there. Most of the stuff on basic console repair pre-GameCube for a Nintendo is just remove piece, insert piece. For what it's worth though, Makita, I found a lot of really helpful solder videos on YouTube. Because there's different solder techniques and different requirements. So, oh, we've got an ad in about 90 seconds, it looks like. But I want to know, before we hit that ad, and you can consider the ad time to consider this question. I may run to the little fish's room while the ad runs. But see, I want to see if there's any particular character you would like me to try to play of what we have open. I'm willing to do Kirby again at 3 lives, now that I remember how the shit goes. And if we do Kirby at 3 lives, if I remember, there is the reward of Jigglypuff. And Jigglypuff is one of the ones I'd love to show you guys because her name is not Jigglypuff in the Japanese version. Leaf Tales, you do hobby soldering for electronics and things outside of surface mount things. It's typically pretty easy and relatively beginner friendly. Yes, you are correct. It very much is. Okay, we have an ad coming up. I'm going to pop over to my Be Right Back screen. I will be right back after the ad. I hope you'll be right back here too. I hope to see you in 100 seconds. Okay, bye-bye. Hi again. I'm back. I hope you missed me. No, for real though. I appreciate the patience and the wait.
Any Hazel. Thank you, Leaf Tails. I appreciate it. I love the opening here. It's so cute. It's so fun. But Makita, if you got anybody who will repair the GameCube controller for you, or do basic soldering, or teach you to do basic soldering, if you're not willing to learn via YouTube, if you pay somebody just to teach you how to do basic soldering, that will save your life for like Nintendo Gens 1 through 4. That is the way to fix 90% of your problems. The other way to fix it is denatured alcohol. So, here's my question to you. Do we want to do another one-player mode? Do we want to pull out one of my other games for the N64? Do we want to maybe switch to something else entirely? I'm okay switching if we want to switch. But if you want to see another character, let me know, and I will flounder my way through happily for you. Some games I'm interested in doing. So, I need to check to see if I need to do basic surgery. Pokemon Snap! You know, I have Pokemon Snap. I don't know if I've erased my file and started a new one. That might be a good one. I have both Pokemon Snaps because Pokemon Snap is actually my favorite version of Pokemon. Let me go grab some Pokemon Snap. I'll be right back. Hi. Hi. Let's try this Pokemon Snap out, yeah? That sounds exciting. I haven't loaded this copy up in a while. I've admittedly been playing the Switch Pokemon Snap because I do so love that game. You're excited? I'm excited too. I do love Pokemon Snap so much. Okay. I'm weird because while I will make like super fucked up jokes and super fucked up references, my favorite iteration of Pokemon is the one where I don't have to play, basically where I don't have to play Dogfight.
where I can just watch Pokemon do Pokemon things and be really excited about Pokemon being little cute animals. I love the new Pokemon Snap. Do you know how much I geeked out the moment I saw Mew in the new Pokemon Snap? Because it was like 11T. Oh, you feel the same way, Leaf Tails? I appreciate that. Yeah, the closest I come to liking mainline Pokemon games is like Pokemon Stadium, or I played the Niantic Pokemon game, Pokemon Go, for a long, long time. Like, I started day one and played for like 6 or 7 years. But I like my Pokemon games where I can just watch them be cute little animals and make friends with them. I don't... Like, Pokemon Stadium has the adorable Mario Party edition. Yes, 6 or 7. I 6-7'd you. I'm sorry. Get well soon. You play the mainline games, but you prefer breeding competitive Pokemon? I played Pokemon Coliseum once because I needed to test the game, but I've never owned a copy of it. It never quite struck my interest, I'll be honest.
Yes.
That was never one that made me go, ooh, what does this button do? Okay. Nope. Oh, you're inversed. Ah. Opposite of the game I was just playing. What'll I do? You just enjoy the challenge of breeding them for competitive? That's actually pretty rad, Swigart.
No, come back. I wanted to make you a photo. You deserved a glamour shot.
I've been playing too much of new Pokemon Snap. I heard you, Meowth. We'll get you next time. Do I have an upscaler like the Retro Tinker Framemeister? No, the closest I come to that is I have a basic RCA to HDMI adapter. It might have some upscaling to it, but it's not enough to, like, write home about. But I think part of the reason I didn't look for anything better, if I'm being totally honest with you and myself, is that I like these janky ass SD graphics. I think there's something to celebrate for the best they could do.
Yay, Eevee!
Eevee's one of my favorites. Eevee was my favorite until they decided to give me Mimikyu. And then they gave me Mimikyu and I was doomed. Because, like, how can you say no to a Pokemon? Like, I don't care if you follow, like, the more game lore or the more, like, anime lore or the more manga lore. Whether it's cute cinnamon roll Mimikyu or, like, Highlander level Vendetta Mimikyu. Oh, my mouse is on the screen. Let me fix that. No, I appreciate that, Makita. I should have fixed that, and I apologize for missing it. Mimikyu's your favorite too, Leaf Tails? Oh, yay. Yeah, no, I don't care if it's Mimikyu who's like shy little guy who's just like I just want to be friends. So I dress like Pikachu so I can be friends. Or if it's the Mimikyu that's like, I know you, Pikachu. I hate you, Pikachu. I know the scent of you, Pikachu. I will wear you like a vengeful skin, Pikachu. I don't care. I like all Mimikyu. All Mimikyu are welcomed here. I actually have a Mimikyu guarding my streaming station. It's like one of those little 8-inch plushies just kind of hanging out, being my little guy. He's just here to have a good time. One has to appreciate the wonder and whimsy the devs put into this game. You're exactly right. They just want love. You are correct. Even the vengeful Mimikyu just wants love. That's why he attaches to Jessie so hard. He's just like, you love me, you understand me, I will defend you to the death. And he means it. Which is honestly like the best thing. Is it so bad to murder for love? I can't tell you. I cannot tell you where my brain immediately went with that. But you heard the can opening, so you earned something. So fuck you. I have played Cubivore. It's one of the games I don't own, but I wish I did. It's up there with the Futurama game.
Wonderful.
I wish I had that one too. I realized the other day that living in my cave has effectively given me the title of old hag, in that I forget that technically my Xbox 360 is a retro console. You owned the Futurama game, but your dumbass traded it in? Oh, tragic day, Makita. Ah. But that is genuinely, like, my heart breaks for you. The Xbox has been retro for a while. It's not good, but it's fun. It's one of those titles that, like, you have to separate quality from enjoyment. I say this as somebody who appreciates janky games. I know that I have a bias. I know that it's quite obvious. I accept that about myself. I will sit here and I will play Sega and Sonic All-Star Racers Transformed and scream at the game as it glitches its way to killing me. I understand that just because I love a game doesn't make it good. And just because a game's good doesn't mean I love it. I love that game. I love the Futurama game. Very soft spot for the Futurama game. But I also realized that I have my 360 and I can now technically pull that out as a retro console. Which means I may subject you guys to the one bullet hell I truly and deeply love. That's very based. You like a lot of media that isn't good in the traditional sense? Hard say, Makita. And, like, I don't know about you, but there's something that happens with me where I'll be, like, standing on a platform or a soapbox for something for, like, 5 or 10 years, and then suddenly everybody will agree with me. I'll be like, I've been saying this forever! What do you mean you just agreed now? You know, just as a random response. totally non-specific response. A lot of my collection is admittedly on the janky side. I will say that. Like Aiden Chronicles, like Secret of Evermore, like Final Fantasy VIII. It's not necessarily the game itself, the final product, that makes it incredible. It's the story behind it, if that makes sense. That's what happened to so many 7th gen games that were poorly received when they were Kane and Lynch too. You are speaking the gospel truth, my dude. Kane and Lynch as a general, but Kane and Lynch 2 in specific, hell to the fuck yes. Yes, 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 and then a little more yes peppered on top for flavor.
Wonderful.
One of the games I have for my 360 is a bullet hell, and it's honestly my favorite bullet hell because it's cute girls and lots of doom and some psychedelic nonsense, and there's a cow, which admittedly, and I know this marks me as a person, I get that. I totally get that, and I accept that. The cow level reminds me of Kung Pao and Blizzard at the same time. And I love that about this game. But it's a bullet hell shoot 'em up, whatever shmup, whatever your term of preference is. And it's called Death Smiles. I might have to pull that out for you. Also, and admittedly for this one, we'd have to add a whole new night because this game would take up just an entire night for like 6 months by itself. Oh, you love Death Smiles? You know Death Smiles? You know Death Smiles! Oh my god! Death Smiles! Oh, I love Death Smiles so much! And like, you are the second person I've ever encountered who knows Death Smiles! Ah! Everyone knows Death Smiles? You would be so surprised. I have mentioned that, and I feel like I'm performing the ancient secret rite of handshake, like some sort of like 30-second level, like what's the term? Swiss cheese brain kicks in. This is a tragedy. What's the secret society? Not the Illuminati, the Freemasons. I feel like I've hit like 30th level Freemasons whenever I come in contact with somebody who actually knows Death Smiles. But I have a copy of Death Smiles and I love it so much. It's true. Weba speaks true. I have no friends on the same level of nerd I am. So when I meet people who are on the same level of nerd I am, it makes me very excited and happy. And you're my friends now. And I've glommed onto you. You've played Guange and Danganronpa and Akon and felt so honored. I'll probably never be able to play those on original hardware ever again. Dark Rio, first time here. Makita, for what it's worth, I might post a video. I'll see if I can find it. That's gonna be the big trick. But somewhere I have a video of me, okay, so I grew up. You happy to video game friends? I am too, Fake Raid. Thank you. This makes me so happy. You have no idea how happy this makes me. One of my goals in streaming was to actually make friends who I didn't feel like I was lecturing to, but friends who got it. And I'm so happy that I have so many of you here. Thank you so much. You guys don't know how much you mean to me. Like, as an audience, as a community, as just a group of dudes who hang out sometimes to watch me flop around in games. Like, Leaf Tales, it is super cute. It is super cute, and that's half the appeal, is it rides that line of like, it's like Care Bears meets like Starship Troopers. I don't have a better way of putting it, but it hits both the adrenaline rushes of like the super cute, almost cute aggression levels of cute, and then the like burn it all down to the ground levels of like a good shmup.
Yes.
It honestly is worth more than I get. I'd love Cotton. I feel like I know Cotton. Right, inversed. Inversed! We're gonna try that again. I fucked that up.
Back.
Do you have 3 thoughts to share with me on games you're worthless for friendship? Nonsense! I'm happy you're here, Leaf Tales. You always have wonderful things to contribute. You kill Pity Man. It's Moe Goth QP. You are 110% correct there, Fake Crate. It is Moe Goth QP, and that's like 70% of the appeal. And then 30% is the psychedelic aesthetic. I have to give it to the psychedelic aesthetic because you can't not. But what I was saying, ultimately, was that for a lot of my 360 games, pardon me, I got the hiccups again. Today is cursed. For a lot of my 360 games, we'd have to like pull out a new night to start streaming. Because a lot of them aren't just, oh, one and dones. They're pretty, like, specifically built for long-term play, like Death Smiles, but also I have Lost Odyssey, and if you don't know Lost Odyssey, it's a really fun RPG. Really fun RPG that hates you at times, but I swear it's fun, and it's so you maybe know the disc capacity of a 360 disc. Maybe sometimes you sort of understand or know the capacity and the go and the do. This is 3 or 4 different 360 console discs. Lost Odyssey is one of the few JRPGs you want to play. Well, Makita, I'll tell you what, I'd be more than happy to like let you make major decisions for me in that game as I go through. I honestly find that sort of shit genuinely fun. So if I pop that in and you're willing to just hang out and give me your favorite responses, you have no idea genuinely how happy that would make me. I would let chat pick every vocal choice if that's the case. Honestly surprised Lost Odyssey was an Xbox exclusive. You're not wrong, Teapot. Man, I genuinely, like, the first time I picked up that game, admittedly, I had a good strain of Mary Jane thrown in my face before that one. But I would have to remind myself that I had to use 360 controls and not PS3 controls. It is the spiritual successor to Final Fantasy. And, like, I would argue the first 4 Final Fantasies, if you're not going to make the argument just for the first Final Fantasy with that thing. Like, yes, you could make the argument it is the first Final Fantasy's little sister. Yeah, you're entirely right. The early 360 was considered to be a hardcore otaku console. That's why there's a whole bunch of shmups and other niche Japanese games. You are entirely correct there, and I appreciate that you know your shit, man. Like, genuinely appreciate it. It makes me so happy. Oh, that third photo might be the one we go with. So we get 1, 2, 3. 3. Have I told you guys the 360 lore? Have I shared that with you guys about the Red Ring of Death? And how that's Nintendo's fault?
Yes.
I genuinely don't remember because I go on this rant like all of the time. But the first, okay, history lesson. Buckle in for your 4th, 5th Kawaii rant of the night.
Wonderful.
So the first iteration of the 360 had 2 critical problems. One of them was development error because they inserted the cooling fan backwards. So it would flush air in as opposed to out, and that did nothing to help the system. It just created a pressure vacuum of sorts. That's not Nintendo's fault. That's manufacturer error. The other issue the 360 had was 110% Nintendo's fault. Oh no, we're like 40 seconds away from an ad break. I may have to continue this after the ad break. I'm sorry, my dudes. I promise I will hold off on telling them more of this story until after the ad break so that nobody who isn't a subscriber won't miss anything. But we might just look at Pokemon doing Pokemon things for the next 2 minutes. But, to start this story and to intrigue you further, I'm going to start by explaining, or rather stating, that the Rob, the robot-operated buddy, was Nintendo's Trojan horse into the video game market post-crash of 1983.
Great.
I know, I failed you, Professor Oak. I almost called you Dr. Oak. That was a fail. But... Oh, looks like no ad. Cool. Thank you, Twitch.
Close.
So... There was the video game crash of 1983. Which, if you know your video game history, you kind of just know about.
Welcome back.
It's when we went from video games being super cool to just kind of being the loser entertainment modicum. I don't say that as a judgment. I say that as a historical fact. It's why American continent games specifically have cases and covers that mimic DVD and VHS cases depending on your generation. It's because there's still a bias, and that bias is intense, and there's a marketing gimmick that you can pull to make your games not so stigmatized in the average market. And that's making them look like DVDs or VHSs. So that started because of 1983. Because video games went from being the thing everybody did, and I mean everybody. My old boss man at the video game shop got into video games playing a Pong console at his local bar at college in the 60s. So, late 60s, early 70s. So it's just kind of always been there for all intents and purposes. But in 83, it suddenly became no more cooler. Oh, it became no more cooler to play video games in 83. Because why would you do that? And part of the reason for that was, in fact, the Atari iteration of the E.T. game. The movie direct tie-in game. It was 7 types of train wreck. So Nintendo, Christmas of 84, I believe, did their best to effectively Trojan horse the video game market. So what they did was they released the NES and the Rob component. You know Rob from Smash Bros, like newer Smash Bros. You might also know Rob from actually being a plastic toy. But the NES was initially released not as a video game console, but as an interactive toy. Christmas of 84 through, I think it was FAO Schwartz. Rob your main. That is fantastic, Wubba. That makes me super happy. That makes me so super happy. Rob, #1 good boy. Side tangent, when I was working at the video game shop, we had a wish list system, so like you could get on the wait list for a certain system or a toy or a peripheral. That is exactly why it looks like a VCR as opposed to a Famicom. You are correct, Makita. That's why the original NES looks like a VCR system, and why the GameCube console disc game not cartridges, but the actual cases look like DVD cases. Because if you look at the actual Japanese versions, they don't look like that. They're like 70% of the size. They are built to suit the game, not to suit Stigma. Created back in the later part of your tournament days, your team organizer was Rob Main. I am simultaneously impressed and terrified of Rob Mains. Anybody who can successfully Rob Main is way too aware of the mechanics of the game. Like, professionally aware of the mechanics of the game. It's scary. It's impressive. It's scary. But, back to my story. We were having story time. I was giving you stories. So, Christmas 1984? I think it was 84. We're gonna pretend it was 84. Never stop zoning. We're gonna pretend it was 84. Because I believe it was 84. There was this sort of Trojan horse campaign Nintendo pulled in Times Square, of all places, where they released the Rob and like 1 or 2 games with Rob and the console. And the console was specifically released as a children's toy. Now, I'm not going to make any assumptions as to whether you understand or know or are even remotely aware of American production standards. There is a limit for how much lead goes into something accessible to children in America. That is significantly lower than the amount of lead allowed for adult consumers.
Well done.
Mostly because you can trust an adult consumer on average, that's an important phrase, on average, to not lick something. So, you have a game system. You label it a children's toy. There's a certain amount of lead you can have in that children's toy, because children are likely to lick it. Okay, no problem when we're dealing with 8-bit systems. No problem when we're dealing with 16-bit systems. not really a problem when we're dealing with 64 or 128-bit systems or even 256-bit systems. But the 360 was, by all intents and purposes and every definition, a supercomputer. What do computers need? If you don't know, I'll tell you. Computers need pieces soldered into place. Now, your average computer uses a lead solder because lead has a higher melting point than your average bear. Lead is pretty stable in a solid form. And lead in small doses, so long as you don't lick it, doesn't really cause a problem. Can you see where this is going? If you can't, I'll tell you. It's fine. It's understandable if you may not see where this is going. Because Nintendo Trojan horsed its way into the video game market as a children's toy in 1984, every subsequent game console was labeled as a children's toy from that point on. Nintendo? Sure, makes sense. PlayStation? Sure. Sega? Okay. But then, what was it, 2003? 2002? 2003, 2004, somewhere in that, when the first Xbox came out? That was a computer. That was just a supercomputer. And Fake Crade, you're right, most electronics manufacturers have switched to non-lead now. But a lot of that is because of developments in the past 10 to 15 years as far as high density, high melt point solder materials. We are unfortunate enough to be talking about the mid-2000s. That's 2 whole decades ago. So the first iteration of the Xbox 360 was a supercomputer that was labeled as a children's toy. So you could find it in Toys R Us, sure, but you could find it also in the children's section of your Target or your Walmart or your blah, 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 blah department store. It was in the children's section. It was not in the electronics section. So, you still think the PS3 is one of the most one of the best multimedia devices, period? I hard agree, Makina. I hard agree. I love my PS3. She's a little workhorse. But back to my story. Because this is important for educational reasons.
You were close.
You had these video game consoles labeled as children's toys. Now, by this point, okay, PS2, Sega broke a bit from the market and worked its way into the electronics media market because it was a DVD player, it was a CD player, it was a multimedia device, right? That was I knew people who bought a PS2 instead of buying a DVD player because it was cheaper by $50, sure, but it was cheaper. So you have that aspect, and PS2 kind of removed itself from the market, and then Sega died, and then Xbox jumped in, right? So Xbox jumps in with this supercomputer. And with the original Xbox, it's not so big of an issue with the basic design of the system. But then you get 360, and you get to this whole argument as to whether it's supposed to be vertical or horizontal. And that vaguely, like 15%, figures into what I'm about to explain. The 360 is, again, for all intents and purposes, a supercomputer. It requires a lot of solder. If I remember correctly, and I'm sure I don't, but I'd be genuinely proud and excited and surprised if I did. The original Xbox 360, or the standard Xbox 360, has 1,180 points of solder inside the system, holding pieces together. Up until September of 2006, when congressional regulations changed and actually went into effect, the 360 was labeled as a children's toy. So it was required to hit a lower lead threshold. Tying back to what we said a few moments ago, lead has a higher melting point than non-lead solder. But you can't have lead around children! So you use the low lead solder. You make the console. The 12-year-old spends 5.5 hours playing Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo ODST. You have a red ring of death. Because all that fucking low lead solder melted. September of 2006 was when legislation went into effect to move video game consoles at the point, like video game consoles from then on, from children's toys to electronics media. Not when they went from being, oh, it's a thing a child can lick, to, oh, this is a computer. So if you look on the back of your 360, your 360 may have some information as to when it was produced. It will have some information as to when it was produced. And if it was before September of 2006, you want to lay that thing vertically, because that way is the best way you will get heat dispersal to keep your low lead solder points from melting. Also, if you have a 360 pre-September 2006 at this point, I need to know your secrets. Just unequivocally, please, tell me your secrets. Tell me what you're doing, because you are some sort of wizard. The US government started taking that seriously when they set up their PS3 supercomputer array. Dude, you're right, though. High general wave for military brat, I suppose. I'm sure all 2% of you are surprised. I remember being on base at one of the, like, bigger East Coast bases and seeing, like, COD set up on Xboxes and a whole bunch of shit that wasn't COD, but closer to Armored Command, or Armored Core set up on PS3s in the general hangout space of the base when I ended up on a base. And that was shortly after the system had even come out. So it wasn't like, oh, we're trying a new thing. It was like, no, here we go. Let's go! That level of military hype, you know.
Pikachu! 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 Pickle?
So I mentioned earlier that Pikachu's name is a pun. C-H-U-U in Japanese, if I remember correctly, means mouse. Pika Pika is the onomatopoeia for the sort of shiny electric spark you get off of an electric conductor. So his name roughly translates to shiny electric mouse, or sparky electric mouse. That's awesome. I'm glad you like it. To be clear, like, okay, I know I am neurodivergent as all fuck. I know this about myself. I accept this about myself. when I share things, it's not to play, oh, I know more than you. It's to share the information because I find the information joyful and I want to share that joy. Like, knowing the whole shape of the thing builds a more complete appreciation for me, and I want to be able to share that experience with anybody who's willing to intake it. So you hanging out and actually enjoying me rambling about this shit means genuinely the world to me. I'm so glad you're here.
Yes.
You like knowing that you were taking in lead by licking your cartridges? That's the way you view sharing things. Honestly, Teapot, that's legit. Did you lick the Switch cartridges to know how sour and bitter they were? Leaf Tales, I appreciate that you love learning things. It genuinely makes me so happy to have you part of my community.
Wow.
We are small, but we are mighty, and I'm grateful for each and every one of you.
Well done.
Well, yatta. So something I mentioned earlier, and I'm gonna mention again, is starting Sunday, I may see about doing a split screen stream for the week because one of my favorite events of the half of the year is happening. I genuinely,
Well done.
from the bottomest bottom of my heart, adore Games Done Quick. I think they're one of the best institutions in the modern age.
Welcome back.
I have actually found
There is
myself
a present for
crying.
you.
Oh, present! Yay! Of course I want to be closer to Pokemon. I want to be friends with them. I want to be best friends with a Pokemon. Let me be best friends with the Pokemon. I already read that. I'm sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Let's start at the beach. But, GDQ, or sorry, I repeated myself. GDQ, AGDQ specifically is coming up. GDQ stands for Games Done Quick. AGDQ is their winter event called Awesome Games Done Quick in July, I think. Don't trust me on that. Please look it up yourself because my brain is made of Swiss cheese. They have Summer Games Done Quick. And it is a week-long event, and I mean all week long. It starts Sunday at like AM times like normal people. And doesn't end until next Sunday. It starts on the 4th, it ends on the 11th. Each GDQ raises money. I believe the winter one, AGDQ here, raises money for Doctors Without Borders. And the summer one raises money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. And what it is it's a bunch of streamers that get together, well, streamers, speedrunners, what have you, that get together, digitally or in person, and do speedruns or trick runs, all to raise money for this charity. And it's been going on for, I think, more than a decade now. and you'll have some pretty wild shit happen. And it's so fun to watch. It's such a bolstering sense of community to watch this happen. To watch gamers come together for something bigger than themselves, ultimately, right? And it's for something worthwhile and something wholesome and something that shows the best parts of being human. And it's so good. And how could you deny watching somebody run Zelda Ocarina of Time blindfolded for the sake of raising money for making sure people in third world countries have the ability to treat their cancer or their fucking asthma? Like, how could you say no to that? Genuinely, as a person, I want you to tell me how you could say no to that. It's too pure. It's too pure and must be protected at all costs. So please, please, I don't care if you subscribe to me. I don't care if you subscribe to me and pay the money there. I would rather you, even if it is the $5 subscription, I would much rather you take that $5 and put it to Games Done Quick. Unequivocally. I would love to see just a surge of donations from my community there as a dream. Genuinely, that is a dream of mine, to see any fucking person I've inspired to spend money for the greater good like that. Like, I am tearing up thinking about it. Just, I don't have a whole lot of resources personally, so if I can inspire somebody who does have, somebody who does have better resources, better availability to do better in the world for the world, I feel like I've done everything I can in life. Like, that's, I've won, you know? Some 12-year-old who didn't do anything wrong but just got RNG'd into the wrong spawn point can get their throat cancer or ovarian cancer or kidney cancer treated, or their asthma treated, or even their fucking anxiety treated. I've won. Legendary moment when the Mexican runner beat the turbo tunnel blindfolded. Yes! Yes! Can I post a link to my Discord again? Absolutely. Give me just a second here. Here you go. I can press buttons. I press button. Thank you, Makita. But yeah, so over the next week, just as a standard disclaimer, I'm likely, if I can figure out how to do it, I'm likely to have just a small screen in the bottom showing off GDQ, and I'm going to recommend, as often as I can remember, that people considering donating or subscribing go donate to GDQ. Oh, thank you, Makita. I appreciate that.
Well done.
That genuinely means the world to me. I'm not trying to get too mushy on you guys tonight, but, like, that genuinely means the world to me. I deal with a couple of chronic illnesses that make it hard to game anymore, because one of them directly affects my reaction time. So I actually felt a little embarrassed about coming in and gaming again in front of people, because though my collection is wild and cool, I don't necessarily do it the service it deserves. So I take that as a real compliment. Thank you. I mean, obviously I still do my best for you guys, right? Like, why would I not? But yeah, I know I've been sharing my Ko-Fi link in in the descriptions here and there, especially on YouTube more than Twitch, I think. But over the next week, if you're considering donating to me at any point, if it's a thought, if it's an impulse, please do me a favor and just donate that to GDQ. If I can do it right, we're gonna have them going through each stream that I have over the next week. They mean the world to me. I came across GDQ in like, I think it was 2018, and I've made enough hints at it, but I'll explicitly state it. Ocarina of Time is my game. That is my bitch. I will plug that game in at some point. I will plug in different iterations of that game over the course of my streaming career. I promise you. So you can see all the variants, all the weird tricks and nonsenses and hidden secrets and all of that. I will do this. I'm just honestly kind of low-key embarrassed about how well I know that game. Because I know that game too well. But yeah, I will do whatever to help raise more money for GDQ. I'm embarrassed because it's one of those games that like, oh, everybody's played. Of course you've played Ocarina of Time, Kawari. TM. You know, like, it's one of those like stereotype things, I guess. Where you're like, oh, streamer is nerd, streamer is queer, streamer has played Ocarina of Time, streamer is chronically ill, streamer has played Ocarina of Time, surprise, enact, never. I suppose. I guess this is my marketing background coming out, where I'm like, oh, no, I know exactly how these things are interpreted. Because Ocarina of Time is like the Zelda game everyone knows, TM. But like, for context, I grew up very isolated. Very isolated. I actually, I'm not gonna give you full details today. That's where you gotta earn, I suppose. But, I grew up in a fundamentalist religious cult. So I grew up very isolated. None of that means shit. You're your own person, and it don't matter if you like the popular thing. I appreciate that, Makita. Thank you so much. I genuinely appreciate that. Thank you. But a little bit of Kawari lore for you here. I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian cult. So shame is just another day ending in Y for me, I suppose. So it's one of the things I'm working through. And it's like particularly funny to say it out loud, if I'm being honest, because I've done a lot of wild shit in my life. No, I didn't mean to press that photo. I want Pikachu on Electrode. Him's good boy. No. What other Electrode photos did I have? Oh. Curse of the hiccups. I'm so sorry.
Yes. Wow. Well done.
Yay! I'm trying to fight these hiccups, guys. I'm doing my best, but I sound like a squeaky toy.
You were close. Well done.
Rude!
Wait.
Makita, is it the directional placement or the harmonies that are hitting you? I'm curious. Thank you, Leaf Tails. I appreciate you.
Well done.
I've definitely been geeking out for like the past week and a half about having hit affiliate in a total of 5 weeks on Twitch. That has shocked me. It's just in general, you use them also because they're a big thing in old school music, old school rave music. My dude, you are speaking my language. Okay. I've made it kind of clear that I was around the DC region for a while. When I was in the DC region, I went to Starscape a couple times. And genuinely one of the coolest experiences of my life was going to Starscape. I don't know if you know Starscape, but historically it's a 70-hour EDM festival that happens just in the Baltimore, DC region. Oh, you do know Starscape? Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I would go to Starscape and like walk through a tunnel, and then I'm in the tunnel. 3 or 4 different people would offer me different types of hallucinogenics or party drugs, and then I'd make my way through the tunnel to somebody playing a saxophone, next to a bass guitar, next to a synth board, just slapping total ass. It was amazing. It was the best fucking thing ever. Watching the sunrise come up over the Baltimore Harbor while like 27 hours into a rave was amazing.
Wow.
Yatta, yatta.
Wonderful.
I have a photo on an old camera from a sunrise at Starscape where somebody's walking by and just the way the old camera caught it, because again, I don't know if I've made this clear enough. I am your discount VTuber here. Everything is done for free, or as close to free as I can get it, because finances aren't exactly a luxury over at Koariko. Ways in which I am not the type of person that normally becomes a chuba. Correct. Correct. Makina, you've only been to a few raves because there aren't many good ones and you're too poor to travel for the big ones. Dude, that is so real. I haven't been to a big one in a long time. Sonic Circuits? Oh, I went to Sonic Circuits once. That was cool.
Wonderful.
I used to go to Burns and raves and underground parties and that sort of shit. And yeah, it was some of the best times of my life, man. Let's maybe focus on the electrodes. You went with your brother, Fake Raid? That's actually really cool. I could never have brought my brother to stuff like that. He wouldn't have understood. You still go to noise and underground concerts with him sometimes? Dude, that's so good to hear. I love that so much. Okay. I was the opposite of the golden child. He's actually the one who is into them independently. Interesting. That's wild. Welcome in, Will Swarm. Thanks for joining us. You got deep into retro game stuff. He got deep into obscure music. I understand that. I got deep into both. Your goal as a music producer is to make game soundtracks and do audio work in general. You've actually worked on a game soundtrack, dude. That's awesome. That's so cool. I did voicing for a game that never made it to production. Most of what I've done has been stage stuff and like avant-garde stage stuff, so it's kind of hard to track. But I voiced, there was a video game, an indie game that was supposed to come out ages and ages and long ago. That was basically different concepts as warships in space. And I was intended to voice the ice cream sundae ship. And it was going to be like, ice cream, nobody can hear you scream in the endless void of space, or endless void of space. I didn't do that right at all compared to what I did for the audition or the actual take, but you know, you don't need to know exactly what it sounded like. In the long ago, in the time before the name. You did some writing for a TTRPG that did make it into production, is out now? Dude, that's awesome! That's super cool. Like, 100%, I love that. I don't know if I've told this story in stream or not, but when I was managing the video game shop that I managed ages and ages and a long time ago, I had a dude walk in, and he was very unassuming, like very chill, very kind, very sociable, while still being like terminally nerd, if that makes sense. So, you know, my kind of people. Can you help me? How would you help me, Will Swarm? So this dude was like, again, very quietly sociable. And he and I were chatting, and he was asking me about some PS2 RPG, asking my opinion on it. And I said, well, it's no Radiata stories. No Radiata stories, but it's good. And he was like, you know Radiata stories? And I was like, yeah, I love Radiata stories for as much as I should hate it. And then we just started kind of chatting. And Radiata, your beloved? Oh my god, somebody who knows the game that gave me an anxiety complex. I love that game, but oh my god, trying to figure out who would like who would hate who. Oh my god, that game. Oh my god. I love that game in spite of itself sometimes. But I'm talking to this student. He's picked up, I think it was, what is it? The Atelier series? I have a couple of them. That's the name of it, right? The Atelier? A-R-T-E-L-L-I-O. I don't remember. But basically one of those JRPGs that never got the recognition eastward it deserved. Westward it deserved. It's time to stretch and drink something. Joke's on you, I've got my drinks right here and my chair allows me to stretch. But thank you, Dark Rio, genuinely, thank you. Have a good night, Rio. I hope you get good sleeps. Oh no!
Wow.
Will Swarm, you lost your Apple Pencil. That's genuinely awful. I had to buy, well, let me rephrase. I went to buy a new pencil because the updates on the software I use for arts no longer accepted the pencil I had. So I had to get a pencil that my tablet inherently, like, understood. It was the worst, and it caused me at least 2 panic attacks. While I am not an iPad baby personally, I do understand the trouble there. I do completely understand the trouble there. Have a good night, Fake Crate. It's been a pleasure talking to you as always. I hope you show up over the next week when I hopefully have GDQ going alongside my stream so we can watch the dudes be super cool. Wubba, alcohol wipes will only fix the stickiness if they're denatured. Otherwise, you're adding water to the contact point, which is the thing, and potentially concerning. Minimum 70%, but ideally denatured alcohol. Denatured alcohol you can get at fucking Lowe's.
Welcome back.
Oh, Fake Crate, I appreciate that you like my voice. That's actually really, really comforting because I've been, like, okay, I'm not trying to be all, like, soft and squishy on you guys tonight, but apparently that's happening. I've been really conscientious about my voice, especially with, like, the health issues I have going on. I sound way too nasally for my own sake, and it makes me sad face. Internally, I get really anxious and self-conscious about how I sound, so I thank you, Fake Crate. I guess you should listen to Wubba. But yeah, oh, thank you, Will Swarm. Thank you so much. I'm hoping over the next week when I stream, I'm going to have GDQ going so you guys can appreciate the awesomeness that is all of these turbo nerds playing games for the sake of charity and social justice. I don't mean that in like a social justice warrior way. Let me explain. There's a Catholic concept that is charity versus justice. Your voice is terrible and you have a shit mic, but you still stream. I appreciate that, Makita. I just, like... Okay, I'm not gonna dump all of my trauma on you. Let's just say that one of the favorite jokes when I was developing my voice was for me to sing solo. Solo, nobody could hear me. Or tenor. Tenor 20 miles away. You like my voice enough that you would listen to me talk about things that you don't care about? Oh! Oh! Fake Crate, thank you so much. You don't have any idea how much that means to me. You have no idea how much that means to me. I'm genuinely trying not to cry right now. Yeah, I agree with Wubba. Don't hate on yourself like that, Makina. And Moltres! Well, I am very grateful to Wubba on many levels. I will be totally open about that. Wubba has genuinely saved my life more than once. Does the imply that Moltres can breed with Ditto? I think so. I think so. But I am also team Ditto is failed Mew clone. That's my personal favorite interpretation. Wubba does very good work. Wubba is underappreciated for all the work they do. Genuinely. Wubba works so hard to make everybody feel at home. Have a good night, Fate Crate. Have good sleeps. I hope you have a great night. You will likely show up in Discord sometime to chat about obscure game trivia. I'm super awesome. I'm super excited about that. And you're right, Swigert. Wubba is awesome. Wubba is the best thing that's ever happened in my life. Unquestionably. Wubba lives in your walls? That's unfortunate. I have logistical questions. I have significant and severe logistical questions. Yes! That's a perfect photo. Anybody who says otherwise is a liar. You just like harassing Willow. That's fair. That's fair enough. I need to take a moment and go have a fish break. I will be right back. Try not to burn things down while I'm gone. I'll be right back. Hi there, hello. Hopefully that wasn't terribly long for you. You can't say words today, Sag? Oh, thank you, Leaf Tails. I appreciate it. Not every day is chatty day, and that's okay. That's totally okay. Thank you, thank you. Rapidash. The lurking leaf.
Wonderful.
It's okay, Leaf Tails. We all have off days. God knows I'm not exactly on my peak right now. You gotta sleep. No, have good sleep, Soul Swarm. Thank you for joining in. I appreciate you popping in to say hello and check us out. Oh, thank you, Makita.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much. I don't know if I've mentioned to all of you yet. You can tell me to shut up if I have, of course. But I'm working on a cover for you guys. I think I've got like 70 to 80% of it all recorded and ready to go, but I'm working on a cover for you guys, and at the very least it has a sense of humor.
Wonderful.
That is the absolute least I can say for it, is that it has an absolute sense of humor. So tongue-in-cheek it could qualify as a 70s BBC comedy. Could be Are You Being Served, or The Young Ones, or Keeping Up Appearances level of snark and sassy. But that doesn't mean I'm not giving it my all. We would like to know more, Weva?
Wow.
Well, as you know, I am your queen. Your queen of jank, that is. So, what better way to celebrate my queendom but in song? There's going to be a lovely little janky version. But intentionally janky version of a fun little song.
Wonderful.
I just brought you back to your childhood with the mention of Are You Being Served and Keeping Up Appearances? Okay, Makita, I have to share. My grandmother was an Irish Catholic immigrant from Boston.
Welcome back.
So, and she ended up doing a lot of my raising. I'm actually only like 3rd gen American. So she had a lot of influence on me, and she was like every old lady Boston stereotype mixed with Mrs. Slocum. All the way down to the grayish blue hair. Like, all the way down to the grayish blue hair. Be right back, guys. Well, but have I actually displayed my real accent to them? No, I haven't. Okay. So, a little bit of Kawari lore here, I suppose. I've lived in... Your grandmother is a German immigrant, and she's why I watched that stuff growing up. Also, Last of Summer Wine. Oh, dude, yes! Makita, that's fantastic. I grew up... Okay, so my mom's family was French and French-Canadian immigrant. Of course, I won't mention what states I grew up in, obviously. So my mom's side was French and French Canadian immigrant and Irish immigrant. And my dad's side was German and Swedish with a stopover in England long enough to marry into the Kellogg line. Yes, that Kellogg line. I'm not proud of it, but I own it. But I grew up in one of the 6 northeasternmost United States. Close enough to a Canada border for it not to matter, and I could get poutine at a local restaurant. And then I moved southward, and I had a lady tell my mother that we were living on the wrong side of the line at that point. So I learned to hide my accent, and I adopted this very, like, mid-Atlantic sort of what you hear now. My real accent, if I don't try to hide anything, or I get too drunk, or too angry, or somebody talks too highly about the Yankees, comes out. And, I just start dropping A's all over the floor. It's impossible to understand me because I talk a mile a minute and it's wicked pissa. Everything I say is wicked pissa. It's hard to tell them to understand me. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare to understand me because I talk about how everything is wicked pissa and everything is a bubbler, and I talk at 80 kilometers an hour. It's awful. It's the worst to understand, honestly.
Yes.
If you get me actually going about something that, like, I'm passionate about or pisses me off, you'll hear the accent come out. It's my secret superpower. But it's also why I'm decent at accents, because I learned what ours tasted like around grade school. Because that accent works pretty well, though it takes some real getting used to for translation. Yeah, so if I talk in my accent at a slower pace, it doesn't feel right, it doesn't sound right. Nothing is right. It's all weird. I'm all discombobulated. And then you add to that the fact that I grew up in a military family, which meant moving all over bases and shit. If I'm drunk or pissed off, you straight up sound like a Valley Girl super dude. Okay, so regarding that, one of my favorite games, like in-person flesh space board games, card games, is called Utter Nonsense. And the premise of this game, it's like Cards Against Humanity, right? And you can play like 2 to 8 players, I think is the parameters. And you'll get where Cards Against Humanity, you get like the black card to read and then everybody has to throw in a white card. In Utter Nonsense, you get a phrase to read. And a phrase to read in an accent, and whoever does it best gets the card. So you'll have phrases like, I told you never to talk bad about Derek Jeter in this house again. And then the accent you'll have is like nerd or orgasm or Valley Girl. And it's so much fun to watch people try to do their very best of XYZ accent. Unfortunately, for most people who've played this game with me, I'm a music nerd. Which means I have listened to Frank Zappa. Which means I know she's a Valley Girl and there is no cure. which means that I can do shit like, oh, my mom. Oh, hold on. Let me not focus on multiple things at once. Hold on. USA, right? USA. My mom is like a total space cadet. Like, she makes me do the dishes and clean the cat box. Like, gag me and spared. Oh. Back in... it's funny because you have a Southwest accent, but it's more how you phrase things, like saying like all the time. That's actually genuinely funny. Fucking duh. Of course we're going to that picture of Vulpix. Give me, yeah! No, that's not better than last time. Let's try that. Let's try that. Laughs in Texan. You know, very exceptionally valid. I went out one time and I mentioned to somebody where I'm from and they were like, oh, that area. That's the only place I've ever been, and I've been to 49 states and 7 countries. That's the only place I've been where they pride themselves on how tough their women are. Makina, you're right next to Texas. Texas was the only state that geographically scared me, having been there.
Well done.
I'm not used to being on a fault line. So I spent some time in Texas and like 2.4 quakes just kind of hit like it's a fucking alert for the time of day. Where I was in Texas, like, I was visiting family, so I was there and I wasn't leaving and I wasn't going anywhere. I was visiting family. You can't just leave. But I just feel like kind of hanging out in my guest room bedroom, and then everything on the shelves would be like shaking and I'd be worried it would fall off and maybe I'd be blamed for it. Or maybe this was worse than I estimated because I'm by birth an East Coast girly and this shit is more than I am anticipating, and oh my god, what happened? What happened? But like to the nth degree. Does Oklahoma count as Southwest? I mean, I don't know. Oklahoma could be Southwest or could be like Midwest. It depends on where in Okie and who you ask, ultimately, I suppose.
You were close.
How close are you to a res? Just out of curiosity. The Texans do not claim the Sooners.
Wait.
I would appreciate not another civil war in my chat, so keep it civil. Prettiest of pleases. I can go to the next. Yes! I mean, normal human noises. Another? What do you mean by another, Swigart? I'm curious. Are you going the DJ Khaled as to another level, or are you talking about another local? Oklahoma is Oklahoma. It's the Maryland of the Midland states. Having lived in Maryland and spent time in Oklahoma, I think you're accurate, Wubba. You live in the more southern part of OK, not super far south, but I'm not getting this. No, dude, that's super fair. Another civil war in my chat. Okay. I have to state this. Oh, heads up. Add in like 3 minutes now that I'm all affiliated and shit, I guess. You barely acknowledge the Texas Panhandle as being in the Southwest. Rough, Rubba. That speaks like a Central Texan. Makita, I don't expect you to dox yourself. I definitely don't. But if you're in the southern part of Oklahoma, then you're probably not on a res, which is fascinating and interesting. I'd love to hear how things go around there. And as far as Civil Wars being in my chat, that's kind of funny because I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, or however southern you want to take that, you know. I've lived within walking distance of Civil War memorials and Civil War battlefields. So I'm curious which one or ones. And I consider, okay, fair disclaimer, all's fair disclaimer. I consider 90 miles walking distance if it's coming to a military. You'll tell me one of those that's Brahms? Oh. Fascinating, Captain. Dyaptain. Yes, words are hard. Letters are harder. But I've, the most ugly answer possible. That is legit. I've lived or been in, I think it's 46 states, maybe 42. 90 miles is walking distance with the military. And let me explain. You have a military function, you have a military capability. You have 15 to 30 miles a day. That means that you can get into a battlefield within a week. Oh, 10 seconds to ads as I speak. So heads up. But 90 miles is walking distance for a military because with a well-trained military, that's 3 days. With a poorly trained military, that's 7 days. And here you're learning how much of a military nerd I actually am. It is many. The answer is many. The answer is yes. I am as military nerd as you can come while still being a civvy. I'm a military nerd because I was born a military nerd. I was supposed to be a 4th generation military nerd. But chronic illness got in the way of that. And the military said, we can't put you on a boat. And I said, well, I'm not doing anything but going on a boat. And they said, oh. And I said, oh. And there was a whole lot of oh back and forth. And they were very perturbed by the fact that I could not be on a boat because of genetic issues. Because they wanted me to be on a boat either to do logistics or linguistics or nuclear physics. And I said no to one of those and okay to the other two. Good luck guessing which one is which. But you've only ever lived in Ohio? You've traveled when you were a wee lad, though? Swigart, if I can ask, and feel free to not disclose, right? Like, feel free to not disclose. I don't want you to dox yourself at all. But if you could, tell me which Ohio landmark you are closest to and where you traveled to. I'm so curious because I've spent a decent bit of my life in Ohio. Enough to have an emotional attachment to the fucking Hawthorne Heights song. I will say that much. A major military base in Ohio? Okay, that tells me enough. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That tells me exactly as much as I needed to know. I hope you've been able to breathe clean air for the past 2 or 3 years. And that's about as precise as I'm going to get for the sake of your own privacy. But if you're an Ohioian, you know what I mean. Makita, you've been to New Mexico, Texas, Germany, the Netherlands, and Norway? Norway isn't a real place. Norway? More like Norway. Yes, I made that reference. And yes, I blame Nickelodeon. Out of curiosity, Makita, where in Germany were you? Because I spent a little bit of time in Germany. Just frankly curious, because I like conversation. Conversation is fun. And we're in Texas, just for shiggles, because, and you don't have to give exact locations. You can give like general, like Central Texas, Southern Texas, East Texas, West Texas type of shit. I don't need you to dox yourself for my sake. I'm never asking for that. Be as vague as is precise. Pay no attention to the wubba-dub behind the curtain. No joke, River is one of my favorite courses in this game. So you're gonna watch me hit absolute cute Kawari here because Poliwag and shit like that. It's so cute. It's so cute. Also, before I forget, as a Swede, I accept your Norway. I may not inherently respect your Norway, but I accept your Norway. Poliwag was the top fave when you were little, Leaf Tails. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god. Leaf Tails, I swear to god, you might be my most wholesome followers. Or one of my most wholesome followers. I didn't words that right and I'm sorry. But genuinely, you might be one of my most wholesome followers. I didn't hit you with an apple, I dumbed there. Poliwag is just so cute! I can't help it! He's just a little guy. He's just here to be a little guy. He's just here for you to love him and let him know he's the goodest little guy. Like, how can you be mad at that? Genuinely, how can you be mad at that? Come on. Come on, Ditto. Come on. You know you want the apple. Oh, I guess I gotta pester ball you. Hi. Hi. Hi, buddy. We'll take care of that later. It's our first time in the river. Come on. Oh, yeah. Drop that tail. Shake a tail feather. Just for me. Just for me. Because I'm special. I'm the specialest special to ever special. Come on. Come on. Turn this way. Turn this way. Come on. Yes. Yes. How's that cider treating me? That cider treating me. That cider is treating me great. If you couldn't tell. Come on, come down, and say hello. Swigart, I'm still pissed that we didn't get like fucking proper arcanine. Like, dude deserved a mystical raid. Or not raid, dude deserved a mystical recognition. And he did not get that. And it's a crimes. It's an absolute crimes. I am forever perturbed by the fact that Arcanine did not get recognized as top tier good boy. Top tier good boy. Words are hard, and the cider is treating me well. If you couldn't tell.
Pikachu. 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 Pikachu.
You got a 18 pack earlier, Wubba. It's not surviving very well. I feel that. Poliwag. Poliwag is a psyop. Eric MVA, welcome in. I did escape the cult of the Midwest. It was a very slim escapism, but it happened. No, the cider is treating me well. I'm feeling cozy and comfy and confident, which is the most dangerous of the three alliterative, what's the word? What's the word? Factors. Factors, that's the word. The tricky part is 30% of the English drop is because of the alcohol. 70% is because of the Dane Bramage. The location talk reminded you of Brazilian friends told you. One of them went to the favela and got rifles pointed at them when he went to buy funny stuff there. Bro! Brazil does not fuck around. I swear to God, if you want to move to a fucking Central South American country, Uruguay is way safer than Brazil. Welcome in, Kindred Karma. Curse of the Hiccups.
Yes.
Shut up.
You were close.
Shut up.
Wonderful.
I have been so cursed by the Hiccups.
Wonderful.
Shut up.
You were close.
Don't pick on me like that.
Welcome back.
I'm gonna try some Pepto-Bismol to see if that'll help the hiccups, because you guys don't deserve this sort of trauma. Oh. When was the last time I saw a white horse? Probably Sunday. When I played Zelda.
Yes.
Leaf Tales, I love everything you post. I say that as a preface to say, I hate what you just posted. And I hate it because it makes too much sense. And it hurts my heart. Professor Oak is a demanding bastard. Okay, so full disclaimer, because of the chronic illnesses I deal with, if hiccups kick in, I am an oh no. And I'm gonna sound like a Disney, like, early animation level drunk if I don't fix this. So the best way for me to fix this is to hold my breath and swallow 10 times. So we'll see if I can reset my diaphragm. Give me just a second. Enjoy the Pokemon music. Okay, that was uncomfy and difficult, so I think I hopefully did it. Hopefully no more hiccups. Hi, welcome in, Kindred Karma. What's my favorite Pokemon? Okay, so that's a complicated question, because I actually prefer the non-Pokemon mainline games, because I don't like dogfighting my Pokemon. So I prefer things like Pokemon Snap, as opposed to, like, mainline Pokemon. Hopefully, the diaphragm reset and did the thing.
Yes.
Leaf Tales, every time I get the hiccups and I can't get rid of them for 10 minutes or so, I'm reminded of a story my uncle used to love to tell me about how the Guinness Book of World Records hiccup record was sent by somebody who hiccuped for like over 80 years and then died of old age, and it's forever a perpetual concern of mine that I'm going to end up the hiccup queen. I'm already the queen of jank, and I'm already the queen of Larry David. I don't need to be more queen. I didn't answer the question about my favorite Pokemon. I mean, if we're talking about Pokemon animals, my absolute favorite so far, up to the 1,000 or so we have, is unquestionably Mimikyu. There's a new Pokemon game coming out that seems really laid back. I love that. Hiccups are kind of cute. Oh, yay! I'm glad my hiccups are kind of cute. But yeah, my favorite Pokemon previous to, I think, Gen 8, I think he was either Eevee or Mew. And then they gave me Mimikyu. Your favorite is probably Axu. Oh, Axu's so cute. Oh my god, Axu's so cute. I really love Mimikyu because he's the ultimate little guy for me. I'm not saying forever. I'm not saying objectively. But he's the ultimate little guy for me. Mimikyu is just here to make friends and have a good time. And it's not his fault he's blah, 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 blah. It's not his fault he's misunderstood. He's just here to be a little guy and have a good time and make friends, and he's shy. And he wants you to love him. And sometimes he dresses like Pikachu because he just wants you to love him. And sometimes he dresses like Pikachu because there's a blood feud equivalent to the Hatfields and the McCoys. It doesn't matter. He's just a little guy. He's just here for you to be your little guy and to love on you. And Mimikyu is best boy. It could be Jesse's Mimikyu. It could have a blood feud against our Pikachu and wear his skin like a fucking vendetta. That's okay. That's okay. We're not judging here. We're just here to love. We're just here to love and be happy. And sometimes we love the little guys that have a blood vendetta. Swigert, what's up? There's a new Pokemon game coming out that seems really laid back. It's called Pokemon Pokopia. It seems like it's going to be a sort of like Animal Crossing. Oh, fuck, I'm automatically sold. Please to give me more Pokemon games where I can just be happy about Pokemon being Pokemon out in the wild. Okay. I can't give you my full tangent here. That's gonna be too complicated and too long. But that's like the best parts of Steve Irwin thrown together into one Pokemon. And Pokemon as in game, and I love that idea. That sounds so good. Give me the best parts of Steve Irwin, please. Eric MVA, blood for the blood god. I mean, you're not wrong. Only we're the ones distributing the blood, sweat, and tears for the sake of art. It's just how we do, comma, I suppose. Is that my only photo of Psyduck? Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Wait, you play as a Ditto that's mimicking a human? Wait, how much does your Ditto look like the Detective Pikachu Ditto mimicking a human?
You were close.
These are the important questions we have to ask here at Kawariko.
Well done.
Like, Swigart and Wubba, I'm already sold. And this is a problem. I have a surgery coming up in a month. I can't afford a new game, but I want it. As the technique? You goddamn right, my Pokemon's in the center of the frame.
Wonderful.
Wubba, you sent me an image? Thank you, I appreciate that. Let me take a peek at that before we get any further into our Pokemanning. Oh! That is the sound of Kawarikoi falling in love, and I won't deny it. That is me loving this little boy. He's so cute, and his little eyes think nothing. I need a head pat redeem. I'll work on that. I unjanked a thing today, Makira, and hopefully before Sunday I'll have Saturday to do more unjankifying and maybe adding new things in. I'll admit I'm pretty slow because I am a one fish show. So anything that happens, my first thought is fix the fucked and then move from there. So I tend to end up fixing most fucked. How many ciders have I had, Wubba? I think I've had 4. It may be 5, but I've had 4 for sure. For sure. It looks very good, Kindred. I'm excited to hear about it. I'm excited to look into this. This is exciting. I also have water though, Wubba, so I'm not just like mainlining cider. There's also hydration happening. I've had 1.3 liters of cider. That's because I'm a champion. How dare you not love my action pose slowpoke? He's best boy. Ugh. Rude. Admittedly, for anybody who cares, I was already drinking when I was watching Goran stream. Metal singer voice speaking out, you're correct. I'm not a no-tap fan, you are. I'm for anybody who cares, I'm working on a couple covers for you guys as a thank you, like genuinely as a thank you for sticking around and for following and for the whole 5 subscribers I have. It genuinely means the world to me. I'm working on a couple covers for you guys.
Welcome back.
They're gonna come out soon. But there's... Did I ever hear the metal cover of Sound of Silence? Eric, are you talking about the Disturbed version? Because if so, I have actually been in a mosh pit to that one. Because Disturbed is one of my top 5 favorite bands. And I was the tiniest person in a mosh pit. And at one point my glasses went one direction and I went the other. And I still managed to catch them before I landed on the ground. On my shoulder blades. Metal.kawari.exe. Kindred Carvel. Oh, thank you.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm working on a couple covers for you guys. Some of them are cute. Some of them are snarky. The one I think I'm gonna release soonest is, admittedly a snarky one. It's sassy. It's fun. I don't know. Do you want a preview? You let me know if you want a preview or if you want to be surprised. Because I'm fine either way. I don't have a preference. I get a whole 10 of you here. It's not like I'm, you know, speaking to the wild masses of YouTube here. Or Twitch. It's fine. Whatever you guys choose, I will happily pander to you. Used to death metal vocals, but you don't think your throat can handle it anymore after years of smoking? Makita, here's the trick for you. Ricola cough drops help with the smoking and the death metal growls. You like surprises, but you can take your headphones off? Okay, so I will give a little bit of a hint then, if folks want a little bit of a hint. So, Leaf Tales, this is your chance to take your headphones off. But also, you're only gonna get like maybe 2 or 3 measures of the song. So it's not a whole lot. It's not gonna be a big surprise. But I am working on a cover of Kaneru's Queen. Just for you guys. So, my baby, my life. それなら僕どうなりませんから My baby, my life. Again, you're getting that on the fly. You're not getting the actual recorded version. So it's not going to sound good. It's not going to sound good. Because I have to get in the headspace for it because I'm neurodivergent as all fuck all. It's part of my charm. We'll call it my charm point. Hi! I want the pester balls. Yeah, I'm doing a cover of Queen. I'm doing a cover of Kaneru's Queen. But I'm actually doing it good. And still snarky. So you can look forward to that. I'm doing that just for you guys. I hope you know. If it were up to me, I would be doing an auto cover first as a release. But I'm doing this specifically for you and all your patients. Canary, silly fish, not canary. Yes, there we go. There we go. Canaria. I don't know why I said Canaru. We'll attribute that to the brainworms. Alright, what's our best here? We got... Oh, number 2 looks good. Unquestionably, number 2. Look at that face. No thoughts, just vibes. I don't think I can beat that. Let's try. Ads in 10 seconds! Ads in 10 seconds! Watch out! Ads in 10 seconds! I'm sorry, Kindred Karma. I'm sorry. Ads in 10 seconds. You'll just have to deal with me choosing photos. For what it's worth. It's not great photos. It's okay, silly fish. I am a silly fish. That is true. That is very true. I am a silly fish. Can you come back? The ads support you. Support me and that's what matters. I appreciate it, Kindred Karma. I appreciate that perspective on it. Leaf Tales, you're safe to come back. All you've missed is an ad and me like terribly singing 2 bars of a song. Because I'm not in singing brain right now. So it's not exactly been like you've missed anything. I promise. Not enough! But he's so pretty! You want me to do the Shinkai Shoujo Waba? I'll tell you what, I will do Shinkai Shoujo just for you. I'll do that as my second cover. Oh, Corey, I'm sorry. I didn't think about that. I need to integrate platform use. I'm a hag. I'm sorry. I'm just here for the vibes, man. I'm just here to be cute and give you good times. I'm dumb. I'm cute and I'm dumb. It's what I do. Oh, you think I'm smart? That's so sweet of you. Like, genuinely, that's such an ego boost. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Leaf Tales. I always appreciate your opinions and your commentary and stream. It's over, hooray! And welcome back, Kindred Karma.
Wonderful.
Yatta! Shelter's picture's already in the Pokemon report, I know. But maybe this is... Still didn't pass the 250 mark. Rude. I can just call you Karma? I appreciate letting me know. Thank you, Karma.
Welcome back.
I prefer to call people what they prefer. So if you prefer Karma, I can just do that. That's fine. If it makes you feel better for me to call you Kindred Karma, then I'll call you Kindred Karma. You just let me know what makes you happiest, and I'll go with that. Yes! You know what we should do? We should do the thing I'm very bad at. And we should save. BT Dubs, if you're in my Discord, you can see a lovely little picture of my N64 Breach stream when we were doing Smash Bros. And you can see how pretty my little guy is.
Yes.
Should I share the Discord link again? I can go ahead. Go ahead and share the Discord link again. There's the Discord link. We have 0 bot functionality currently. Excellent. So there's the Discord link, non-bot. No problem, Karma. Thank you. Come on, come in here. Yes. Yes. Oh no, not the last one. Don't stay up there. Don't stay up there. Ugh. Lyme disease makes timing impossible. Yeah, by the BT dubs, that's one of my issues, is Lyme disease. I didn't mention that explicitly before, but one of my major chronic illnesses is Lyme disease. I got bit by a tick in the Northeast, and it decided that I was its delicious, delicious prey. And here we are. Come on. We'll see if that actually counts for shit. We heard him. That counts for something. Ticks scare you lots because of that kind of thing? Yeah, so I'm not gonna give you full Kawari lore. Because that's extensive and trauma-based. But what I will say is that I was not diagnosed with Lyme disease until it was 10 years in my system. And I was having fun, exciting little issues like full body non-responsiveness and total nominal aphasia, which means I couldn't remember nouns. and like fun little seizures and shit like that. And I had to make a lot of accommodations because where I lived wasn't very forgiving for the amount of healthcare I actually needed. So I I needed to do a lot of self-actualization, I guess is the best way to put it. Where I needed to be my own best advocate, even in the face of medical systems. So I've had to become kind of HBIC when it comes to my old healthcare, which is exciting and interesting, let me tell you what. But it does mean that I get to be the educator in charge of a lot of my doctors, which is fun. Oh, by the way, I don't know what made me think of this, but I wanted to state it explicitly in case anybody was curious. You should have full permission to, like, clip me when and however you want. Just so you know.
Yes. Wait.
My Pokemon is in the middle of the frame.
Well done.
But yeah, I've said it so, like, anytime I do something stupid or silly or funny or whatever, you can clip me. Because I'm not gonna do that. I feel awkward enough watching my own streams. I leave that to you guys. Is there a bot for clipping? Am I learning something new today?
Well done.
Are we all learning something new?
You were close.
There's a bot for everything. Legit, Loba. Karma, you think the bot just clips the last 30 seconds? Okay. So for those of you new to the swarm here, or the fray, I suppose, is a better descriptor. I was starting on YouTube because I started building this VTuber in January 2021. And the environment was a little bit different in 2021.
Wait.
And I'm also a, like, registered recluse. So, like, anything I came across was absolute happenstance as far as the way things were changing. You did it! Thank you, Leaf Tails. Thank you so much. You might be my very first clip.
Well done.
But yeah, I started building this in January 2021.
Wait.
Because I fell in love with, okay. I need to be honest here. I can't just give you guys half-truths. I was a cosplayer. I was not a notable cosplayer, so don't pretend. I'm not gonna pretend that there was any way you could find me. but I was a cosplayer. I can post it in fish clips, which now exists. Hooray! Thank you, Wubba. Wubba is our mod, by the way, so thank you, Wubba, for all the hard work you do. I super appreciate you. I don't say it enough. Thank you so much, Wubba. Wubba deserves an appreciation channel. I swear to God. But yeah, I used to do, like, cosplay stuff. You didn't save it? You thought I auto-saved in the Twitch clip section? Oh, tragic day! Yes, praise the Wubba. The Wubba deserves more praise. The Wubba does not get enough praise. The Wubba is a wunderkind. And I say that knowing exactly what wunderkind means. Wubba is wunderkind. All hail Wubba. Correct. Cave! No, Leaf Tails, please don't worry about it. I promise it's okay. You probably already know more than I do. And you're probably like miles ahead of me. So it's fine. I'm not gonna judge you for shit like that. Okay. Consider everything I say, bar none. Consider everything I say to be sort of a gates open, come on in. With a very fine asterisk that I don't accept hate groups. Like, if you're gonna come here and just shit on everybody, you have no place here. You have no home here. Get the fuck out. Go do your own thing. Figure shit out for yourself. Like, find a good therapist, get shit sorted, stop being so angry all the time. Ta-da! End of game. Outside of that, I'm just here for everybody to feel welcome, and for everybody to have a good time, and for everybody to smile. That's my goal. I want you to leave here smiling. Whether it's at my expense or not, I don't fucking care. I just want you to have a good time. If you have a good time because I am so fucking bad at game that it makes you laugh 12 times over, cool. If I'm good enough at game that I show you something you never knew, cool. I'm just happy that you're here. Genuinely. And Leaf Tails, to be frank, you've been here from the beginning, more or less. And you've shown a kindness and support that I can't even articulate. So, thank you. Thank you for being who you are. You're excited to exist? Well, if I've contributed to that at all, then I'm happy. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm on Zelda mechanics. I can't remember how the fucking Save the Jigglypuff coughing mechanics work. Hey, that's 2!
Jiggly! Poro! Poro!
I think I have to pester ball him in to get Victory Bell. Yup. I want the flute. You made a clip? Oh, thank you, Karma. That's so sweet. I just want to bring better to the world, you know? And I'm excessively weepy as a human type. And I know this about myself. And it's inherently at odds with the fact that I'm snarky and way too intelligent for my own good. And again, I know this about myself. Kindred Karma, to be honest, you might be the first officially published clip. I don't know.
Take a leap, take a leap, take a leap.
No, Leaf Tales is so nice and so kind and so wholesome. Leaf Tales, if nobody's told you today, you are genuinely sweet. Swagger, oh god, hearing Jigglypuff reminded you of the Pokemon album they released for the first movie? Oh! Swagger... Teapot, you're correct. If anything happened to Tails, you'd kill everyone and then yourself. I feel that. Leaf Tales, do you know that you're the reason I don't go after foxes anymore in Zelda? Karma, you had a Captain America moment. But Leaf Tales, genuinely, your distress at what happened when I went after my first fox, even if it was by necessity and or accident, just, I couldn't take it. I couldn't hurt you like that, my dude. I needed to be kinder to you and to myself through you. So I stopped. I like actively have avoided foxes since then because of your distress. We love you, Leaf Tales. You're a wholesome little bean. Tails seems cool and you just met them? Karma, you're correct. Tails? I can't talk Tails up enough. Tails is a good bean. Tails is a good little guy. Tails makes us all smile.
Wow. Wonderful.
I do it just for you, Tails. Because, like, mechanically, I want you to know this. There is the part of my brain that goes just like separation into full pragmaticism, right? I can't control it. I can't help it. It just happens. Just the reality of the situation hits on a pragmatic level. There's a pragmaticism that looks at a fox and goes, oh, you're easy meat, especially when I'm on a horse. And immediately after that, like, immediately inherent afterthought is no, I can't do that to Tails.
Wonderful.
I can't make Tails sad like that. It hits internally for me the exact same way as like heists is a crimes. I can't do it. I can't do that to you. You're my bro. I can't hurt you like that.
Wonderful. Wow.
And like, I love foxes. I love kitsune. I genuinely love the kitsune mythos. One of my favorite things about Majora's Mask is how they integrated the kitsune mythos. Thirsty Teapot, you are a huge fan of the Sea Vessel PowerPoint, and everything else is an amazing bonus. Oh, thank you.
Wow.
I've been inspired by my wonderful audience to actually start doing PowerPoints every like 1 or 2 months. So we have another one planned soon. Basically, as soon as I have it up to par. And the next one was a fan-inspired theme. It was, if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. It was anime/manga What Disappointed Me. And that is excluding things I actively avoided or disinterested me or blah 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 blah. It is things that I watched and waited to get better, and then it never did. So prepare for that, because that's coming probably late January, early February. The big trick with that is I have a Swiss cheese brain courtesy of Lyme disease and other comorbid chronic illnesses. So I have to actually do research to tell you what ones disappointed me, because some of them just kind of live in the vacuum of my brain. We did list a ton of them. There's actually more on that list, and believe it or not, BJSM is also on that list. Or BSSM. Forgive me for my verbal typo there. But BSSM is also on that list, believe it or not, for as much of a Sailor Moon fangirl as I am. I have strong opinions, and you might be surprised. Hi, Aiku, welcome in. What you've missed so far is me perseverating about things that I love and things that give me opinions. And me playing Pokemon and a little bit of Japanese Smash Bros. Coughing! And me getting mushy on occasion. It's happened. It's happened. I did it. I'm not proud of it, but it's happened. I had feelings at you guys. I also let everybody know how dedicated I am to GDQ. So consider that your fair warning. And I mean fairest of warnings. That for the next week, we are going to be possibly split screening between whatever bullshit nonsense I'm running and whatever GDQ is doing. Also, just as an important note, and I cannot stress this enough, if over Sunday to Sunday you're considering donating to me, please just donate to GDQ instead. GDQ, Karma. I'm sorry, my articulation is poor. What do you mean feelings? Everyone knows fish don't have feelings. Fish are food, not friends. Wait, you got that backward, didn't I? You're both. We're both. We're food and friends. So, GDQ is games done quick. And I'm going to take a moment here between choosing my bestest Pokemons and moving on to like better things and next levels and shit to explain GDQ. Because this background music is hopeful and upbeat and wonderful and perfect for the opportunity. GDQ stands for Games Done Quick. They do an event in January, and unless I'm mistaken, an event in July. And it's a week-long event. It is a 24/7 event for a full week, Sunday to Sunday. 1 week raises funds for Doctors Without Borders. The other week raises funds for Prevent Cancer Foundation. And it's all speed runs and trick runs and gimmick runs and shit like that. And they do a phenomenal job of just capturing everybody's interest. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can figure out how to do this, because you guys deserve to know. I'm gonna figure out if I can show you, or rather, if I can figure out how to show you Games Done Quick in IRL. Because you deserve this. It's good for you, and it's good for feelings, and it's wonderful. So give me just a sec, because I'm still figuring this out, because I'm just a babby fish. I'm sorry. I'm still figuring out how to stream. I'm so sorry. Karma, you've already heard of them? Wonderful. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy the link to the schedule and share that right here in chat so you can actually see it, because it runs from 8:30 a.m. I think that's PST to about, and that's Sunday, but Sunday, January 4th. 8:30 a.m. PST to about 2:30 p.m. PST the following Sunday. And they're doing an awesome amount of shit. Like AGDQ, which is the winter one, is awesome Games Done Quick. The SGDQ is the summer one, Games Done Quick. AGDQ also features awful Games Done Quick, which is hilarious. Bad. I try to never miss it. It's usually overnight, which makes work really hard the next day, but that's okay. That's what life is for, right? Hold on just a moment. Give me just a sec. So yeah, so within awesome Games Done Quick is a block of awful Games Done Quick traditionally, which is like the worst of the worst. And yes, the schedule is color coded. And if on the very, very, very minuscule chance that you are a Kowari superfan, all 0.02% of you what might exist, you can know in your heart and in your soul that anytime Kung Fu Fruit Cup shows up, I am having the biggest geek out. I've met her once in person, and she's a treasure, and she's so sweet, and she's like charmingly socially awkward, and I just want to hug her all the time until every wrong in her life is made better. So if you do happen to come into stream over the next week or so, post Thursday, you'll probably hear me having gay panic over Kung Fu Fruit Cup. It's fine. It's normal. This has been happening for 6 years. It's fine. It's just what happens. But GDQ, AGDQ, which starts January 4th and runs until the 11th, is a showcase of speedruns and trick runs, all for the sake of charity. All for the sake of raising money to do objective, inherent good in this world. and they do it by maintaining your best and favorite interests. Like 9 a.m. Like they have the MC kicking off events at 8:30, right? Thirsty Teapot, you've been watching AGDQ, or rather, pardon me, you've been watching GDQ and ESA for like 5 to 7 years now. Excellent. Yeah, when they were small on a couch, I'll admit, I was not first year GDQ. I will openly admit that. I was... Okay, so, again, lifelong Zelda fanatic. I'm not gonna hide this. I'm not gonna even pretend to try to hide this. I've got a fucking N64 style fairy tattooed on my arm. Specifically blank so I can make it Navi or Tail or Tattle, depending on my mood. And Sharpies and highlighters are great for that. Yeah, hi, Nerd. My first GDQ experience was watching Ocarina of Time in under 20 minutes. I want to say it was Cosmo who did it in like 1849. But that was like 2018, maybe 2019. And that was when I was galvanized into it. And when I was managing a retro video game shop, one of my coworkers actually auditioned, I guess is the best word, for GDQ. Because Homegirl could run Pokemon Snap, which we are playing right now, for, she could do all the tricks. She knew all the Skybox tricks, and this girl could hit 10,000 points on Mew with her eyes closed. I watched her do it. I filmed her do it. How is that Grimer? How is that Grimer? I refuse. You were there at the start when they were small on a couch? Teapot, that is genuinely awesome. I remember every year at GDQ Miss telling my boss as I was coming into work that I was putting GDQ on and he couldn't stop me. And he was always so excited. He was always so excited for this. He was like, oh, what are they running this year? What's going on? And I got to explain it, and it made me so happy. So yeah, I'm probably going to say this ad nauseum for the next 10 days. But if you're considering donating to me in the next 10 days, and I know I've made it clear that finances are tight over here at Kawaii-Co, I don't fucking care. If you were considering donating to me in the next 10 days,
Well done.
please just put it towards GDQ. If you were considering subscribing, if you were considering donating, I don't give a royal flying fuck. Just donate to GDQ. And the best part is, if you donate, you're likely to get yourself on a list for a raffle. And there's a whole lot of like independent artists that you should totally check out what donate art to GDQ. And we're talking like everything from like Perler Bead, like sun catchers, to like full-on major fucking art pieces. One of the best sword and weapon recreation companies in the world donates a weapon every year to GDQ. Twice a year to GDQ. I do have to work tomorrow, Wubba. I do have to work tomorrow. I don't have to work Thursday, which means I can maybe get a couple more, like, Twitch things going on Thursday during the day before stream. And Thursday we will, of course, be doing either Uma Musume or Stardew. I haven't quite decided yet. I've kind of given up on posting a schedule because I'm kind of leaning into the vibes of chat right now. Yeah, Karma. The one that's caught my attention, and I'll admit it's not the only option, but it's the one that's really caught my attention, has been, they've had a Master Sword, like Zelda Master Sword and Sheath up as the $250 donation cumulative raffle prize for more than half a decade now. And it's perfect. I have seen one digitally. I have seen one in real life. It is perfect. GDQ, what state does it happen in? That's a good question. It used to happen in Maryland at like the conference center attached to the hotel on the Maryland DC line. Let me see if I can, hold on. I'm gonna do a thing real quick. I'm gonna do Twitch science real quick. See if I can find you the thing what needs finding, and I can share it in chat. Okay. Here's general games done quick. Just in general, but come January 4th, it'll be a lot easier to find because come Sunday, and I will probably, if I'm being honest, I will probably spam this Sunday because this group means a whole lot to me. But I'll probably spam the link Sunday. But that's somebody who's streaming kind of in prep, and you can follow the channel there. Pardon my hiccups. They came back. They've been going for 15 hours now. They're rude. Have a good night, Tachi. Thank you for coming in. Yay! Have good sleeps, Tachi. Ah! My timing was just off. Ah! Ah! I'm disappointed in me.
Pika pika.
Did I finish telling you guys about Pikachu's name being a pun? Pardon the hiccups. Okay, so Chew means mouse in Japanese. It's one of the meanings of Chew, but it's the most relevant meaning of Chew. Pika Pika is the onomatopoeia, and again, I think I've said this before in streams. I'll say it again. Onomatopoeia is an inherent factor of Japanese language. So Pika Pika is the onomatopoeia for the shiny spark you see off of electricity. Pardon the hiccups. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry they're kicking in now. My diaphragm is mean and a bully. So Pika Pika means shiny in the sense of electric spark. In English, the closest translation is arguably zap zap. But it's zap zap mouse.
Yes.
Give me just a moment. I'll be right back. I have to go try to fix these hiccups. Because otherwise I'm going to sound like a Disney drunk for the rest of the stream. Hi. Hopefully, we got them hiccups under control now. Diaphragms are weird, my dudes. Oh, I'm glad you appreciate my my transition animations, Karma. Swigart, you remember hearing that US publishers wanted them to change Pikachu's design for the US release? They didn't think that design had enough appeal? That's funny, considering that Pikachu is actually now, like, statistically more recognizable than Mickey Mouse. I don't have any nicknames yet, Karma. I'm open to nicknames, and I'm not necessarily preferable to Koi or Kawari. Koi is my last name, but my whole name is a pun, so, like, everything is fine, really. I'm very chill. Just don't be hateful, you know? Don't make fun of at another group's expense. My name is a pun. So Kawari Koi, Kawari, is a type of graded fish. But my name is Kawari. It's somewhere between scary and cute and a little bit out of frame, because that's where I aim and that's where I land. Because Kawari Koi are the koi that don't quite fit into standard grading statistics. They're the non-standard pretty graded koi. So my name plays tribute to both Kawari Koi and Owari, which means the end, and Kawaii, which means cute, and Kawaii, which means scary. Because that's kind of the land in which I land. I'm a little bit scary, a little bit cute, definitely weird and non-standard. Swagger, you're glad that they told the publisher no? Yes, exactly. Like, they did a good job with making a lot of puns out of the English names, but the ones that they kept Japanese, I'm very glad they kept Japanese. You don't know any Japanese? I'm happy to help. Okay.
Well done.
Technically, I've studied Japanese for like over 15 years.
Wow.
But I have a Swiss cheese brain because of chronic illness. So I'll remember things on occasion, but they don't always pop up when they need to. And I've gotten myself into trouble in Japan and in real life by trying to say something when my brain doesn't kick in.
Wow.
It's one of my more embarrassing superpowers. So far, even. I guess we'll go with the original. It was actually kind of funny when I was in Japan because, like, if I'm not self-conscious and I just jump into it, my Japanese articulation is actually pretty decent. I won't say good, but I will say decent. Decent enough to the point where, like, I definitely confused a couple of Japanese speakers around me because my articulation and my tone was like I was native, but my vocabulary was like I was a 3-year-old. Leaf Tales, I was the one with the Japanese exchange program and the little brother crush. I was the one who accidentally told a little boy at 10 years old that I didn't want him to exist. Extremely accidentally. I cannot articulate that enough because he was #1 good boy. We'll call him I think I called him Yoshio in my, or, Yoichio in my last stream. We'll call him Yoshio. He was a sweet boy. A very sweet boy. Very kind boy. So, here's the thing. I spent some time with my Japanese host family, and it was entirely unnerving. Because they were a Twilight, like 60s Twilight Zone. Eric, accidentally on purpose? No, it wasn't on purpose. I promise it wasn't on purpose. Oh, I promise. So I had been staying with my host family for a week. And it was like living in a 1960s Twilight Zone episode. Because the amount of like overlap was unbelievable. Like my host mom wore the same jeans and perfume as my own mother. And the host father tucked his shirt the same way, which was particular and strange. And my host brother was 1-for-1 a parallel to my own biological brother. Like, stood in the same positioning in family photos, had the same articulation. My morning routine did not change between continents. Like, at all. I got up in the morning, ate the same breakfast, had the same milk coffee, watched the same Pokemon storyline. It was like... It was genuinely, like, unnerving. It wasn't negative, it was just disorienting, you know? And like, a weekend, I went to tell my host family, what I tried to say was, I'm surprised because your son is so much like my little brother. Unfortunately, I wasn't very good at comparatives in Nihongo. So what came out of my mouth was, oh, I'm surprised you have a little brother. With the context, subtext even, that I didn't want him to exist. Which was a problem. Because it turned out that this boy had had a crush on me for the past 4 months leading up to this. Because he saw the photo of all the girls coming over on the student exchange program and went, and I quote, "If we don't get the cute one, I'm sending her back." And I told him he shouldn't exist. So I did a great job of really ingratiating myself to this family. Oh no, in hindsight, it's hilarious. Because after about like a week and a half, 2 weeks, my host mother, Misa-chan, and we were staying just outside of Kyoto. So like, if you don't know Kyoto, it's worth knowing that Kyoto is a lot like Dixie in America, in that it's a whole lot of like almost passive aggressive subtext that you get dealt with in a sentence. Like, it's not... Kyoto is the Dixie of Japan, and I don't mean that as far as heritage, I mean that as far as like social stigma. You don't say anything directly. You imply things 17 different ways, as subtly as possible, so that nobody feels directly called out. And that's Kyoto culture, and it works for them. Sure, whatever. And instead I accidentally, very bluntly told this little boy in Kyoto culture that I didn't want him to exist. So, about a week later, we go out for lunch. Exactly, the southern pleasantness, the whole, oh, bless your heart. Oh, you sweet little turnip. I can't believe anybody's been mean to you this whole time. And, you know, on Tuesday they're talking shit about you behind your back. Yeah. So a week after, I accidentally told this boy that I didn't want him to exist. My host mother and I went out for lunch with a family friend who was blessedly bilingual.
Gross.
He learned English in Australia, so he had this very sweet, charming Australian accent and this very appreciable Australian bluntness to what he had to say. Oh, we have an ad in about 60 seconds, just as a heads up. So we went out to breakfast with him, and for like the first 10-15 minutes, it was just him and Misa-chan, my host mother, going off at a mile a minute. Like, I couldn't keep up. I couldn't catch a ka from an ure. Like, I was fucked, man. And I'm just smiling, acting as dumb bitch as possible, right? Trying to be pleasant, trying to put off this air of like, I don't understand, but I'm here for the good times, my dude. And at that point, the family friend who was bilingual turned to me and goes, you don't like the little brother? And I went, what? No, I adore him. He's so sweet. He's so cute. He's the most charming thing whatever existed. I'm just so shocked that he exists in this like parallel dimension to my own little brother. And an ad break. Now we're at the ad break. We could talk about ad break things. I don't know. I could talk about GDQ for a minute. Do you guys want to hear about GDQ for a whole 90 seconds?
Yes.
I have a lot of feelings about people taking care of other people and how important biologically and sociologically community is. It even on a pragmatic scale, it's so key to the biological function of humanity. I mean, we're basically hairless chinchillas. There's my great theory. We are hairless chinchillas. If you look at a human baby, like, genuinely, speaking as somebody who did pre-med, I did not get far in pre-med. I'm not going to pretend I'm, your Dr. House here. I'm a Dr. House episode, but I'm not Dr. House. Human babies are just glorified chinchillas because human babies need touch. They need physical interaction, or else they will die from poor circulation. I don't know if you knew that or not, and it's okay if you didn't, to be clear. Like, that's not a common understanding until the moment you have a babin. And it's unfairly not shared previous to that. Especially among the male population, which is a fucking crime. Like, genuinely, it's offensive that they don't tell men about, like, biologic, socialized men about what their baby needs from them, because what their baby needs is softness and touch and care and love. And they don't teach that. And it's some bullshit, man. Because every baby you meet is a fucking hairless chinchilla that not just needs to be touched and loved and cared for in the right amount of ways. And if you don't do that, then you're hurting your baby. Oh, Karma, what you missed is me ranting about how humans are hairless chinchillas and how every human needs physical touch. How it promotes circulatory function in babies, and how we, as especially Western society, don't do enough to care for physical affection. That's the extent of what you missed. TLDR, you missed me being a nerd. Community is important. Where you came from too, Leaf Tales? Yeah, like, I grew up in very immigrant communities in the US. I'm very white passing, but I very much grew up immigrant mindset. I grew up I grew up as a kid speaking 4 different languages. But all of the family members I spoke them to passed away by the time I was like 10, maybe 11. So a lot of languages are perishable skills, right? So I lost a lot of the Quebecois French, and I lost a lot of the Swedish and the German and the Irish. It was there, and it's still there in the sense that I can, like, look at it and understand it visually and understand it internally, but I can't translate, if that makes sense. Some dads don't hold their babies, man. Some dads view, like, especially immediate afterbirth parenthood as exclusively the mother's purview. And they treat it as mom's job and just think that they've done everything they need to do. And don't really care for the child until it can really interact on their level. It's wild. I don't think it's right. But it happens, you know? There are some dads who look at all of the, like, first 6 months of care as quote-unquote women's work. Which, like, put your sexism aside, right? Like take 2 seconds, take a deep breath. Put your male role, female roles aside. And just fucking forget about that for a second. Oh, Makina, have a good night. Thank you. I'm glad you've been enjoying your time tonight. Thank you. You hope you're never that type of dad. You don't care if you're working full time, your baby is getting all your attention. And Karma, that's honestly the right way to take it. But there are so many people who view it as, like, I don't know how to put it besides, like, kindergarten level understanding of gender roles.
Wonderful.
Women take care of the babies and the house. Men take care of the outside and the wolves. You know, like, see Dick run. Run, Dick, run. There goes Dick. He is fast. Levels of understanding of gender roles.
Wonderful.
Globally, we've stopped teaching nuance, and it's a problem. Because it doesn't allow men to be soft, and it doesn't allow women to be strong. And if you want to clip that, go right the fuck ahead.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. I think we need to do cave and aggravate the polygon to open the next level, right? You don't have to clip it, Leaf Tails. I just wanted to invite you to. You're glad your parents raised you the way you did because you think you're very well adjusted and will be a good parent to your kids one day? You love your parents? That's awesome. Like, genuinely, unironically, I am so happy for you that you have such a healthy understanding of life, the universe, and everything. TM. There we go. No, Karma, I am genuinely more happy than I can articulate that you have a family that is a family and not just there. I mean, I'm anglerfish. I've been on my own since I was old enough to be on my own biologically, you know? I'm super excited whenever I hear about people that actually have good family structures. Hi, buddy. Hi. I may be too fluffy for my own good, and I may be too easy to condemn to the quote-unquote woke brigade. But I think being able to show a kid love and acceptance is like the most affirming thing you could do to your child. Karma, in my opinion, that's the biggest thing. Not taking your blessings for granted. Being able to look them in the face and be like, yes, I'm going to take full advantage of this, but not be blind to what it actually means for me, but also what it means in comparison to the world around me. I think that's the best way to use your blessings. And maybe I'm a naive, and maybe I'm too hopeful, but I think being able to look at the blessings you have and the graces you have and go, I can use this to make everybody's life not suck a little less. Just suck a little less. Make life a little better for everybody, even if it's just 2%. I think that's one of the most magical things you can do as a human. Of course. Duh. I don't have a good photo of you, Slowpoke. Slowbro, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I don't personally have a strong relationship with my family. So hearing about people who actually do just genuinely makes me happy for them, because I understand what it's supposed to mean. And I've built a family that means the world to me. And I'm so grateful for the family I have. But being lucky enough to be born into it is just, it's incredible. And I'm so grateful and so happy for everybody who gets to experience that.
Well done.
Oh, we almost got great.
Well done.
You know, Leaf Tales, I had somebody in my life at one point who was very good at delivering the information I needed to hear, but didn't want to hear.
Well done.
And that person gave me 2 pieces of advice that stick with me to this day. And the first one relates to what you're saying. And that is, ultimately, you have two types of traumatized people in this world. You have the people who look at the world they grew up in, the environment they lived in, and went, you know, I survived that. Anybody can survive that. Which is a double-edged sword all its own, because you have the people who have the ego, and then you have the people who have no ego, and it's a whole thing. But then the other side of that coin is the people who go, I survived that. I want no one else who have to go through that. I don't want anybody else to have to even comprehend the concept of what I've had to go through in this experience. And that's kind kind of powerful, I think. Being able to look at the situation and be like, wow, that was shit. Let's make sure that's not shit for anybody else ever again. You know? I feel like there's a quiet power in that level of compassion that is inherently unique. It's a quiet sort of power, if that makes sense. Because compassion isn't regularly recognized. There are moments where it's big and where it's recognized as big for certain. I mean, like, one of my forever Oshis is going to be Iron Mouse. Not just because chronic illness vibes and opera vibes, but also the way she cried when people cared enough about her to do a cover of her song for her and donate all the proceeds to a foundation that meant something to her and did something good for people. Not just that, but also, like, the way she doesn't make that a defining characteristic of her streams. It's an occasional impediment, but it's not the end-all be-all, and it's not, like, a trope of her streams. Oh, it's already almost 11? Wow. I lost track of time. But, like, everything about her really inspires me and has kept me going, even as things have quite literally fallen apart around me in the 5-year endeavor it got to take here. Or it took to get here. Pardon my English. And the fact that she, like, she has taken so much effort and so much time to donate to making the world better, to making people happier, to making things better for the people who care. It just, like, I don't know if you can hear the tears in my voice, but it's probably going to affect the way I take this next picture. It's 2 a.m. where you are, Swagger? Oh my god. I really... I can't articulate how much it means to me to see somebody be authentic and somebody be here for the betterment of the world. Hi, welcome in, Leaf the Cutie. Leaf the Cutie, yeah. You found my husband. My wife? Yes. My wubba. You found my wife. Surprise, I'm not single. Not like I've hidden that. But the nice thing, I suppose, about being an anglerfish TM is that we're inherently biological polyamorous. Exactly, Leaf Tails. It's nice when things feel nice, so why not try to have more nice? I fully agree.
Yes.
You've been tricked? You're correct. I'm not some virginal innocent strammer. I have bamboozled you. Mwahahaha. Wahahaha. Wahahaha. My wife tricked me? How did my wife trick you?
Wow.
Wub can be crafty. What did she say? Oh! You see that, right? You see the 10 points behind? Okay, okay. She claimed she's my husband, and I'm gonna be very real here, and I'm probably gonna pay for it later. She claimed she's my husband because we both lived in the South long enough for dominant roles to kick in. And I am baby. ABB warrant out everything. Oh my god. Oh no. I have escaped the Southern Hell. I lived there long enough to articulate exactly how much I hate it, and that could be its own PowerPoint.
Welcome back.
I lived in Dixie long enough to be able to articulate everything wrong with Dixie. Wub can sing heavy metal with Swoon and Submit. Have done. 120% have done. The way Wub sings... Okay. I have been involved in bands since I was 12 years old. Yeah, we got a whole lot of Leafs here. It makes me super happy because I'm low-key a Lorax. Ignore me! The Wubba-Dub line. What instrument? Do you mean what instrument did I play in different bands? That's a complicated question, Leaf the Cutie. Because the answer is yes. Alright. I am fluent in 14 instruments. I have taught 18 instruments. I am familiar with 26 instruments. And here's my party trick if it comes through the mic, because my mic is not fully equipped for me. And that's just on the fly being hella congested. I used to be the operatic lead in a symphonic metal band. I hope that came through. I genuinely hope that came through. A musical genius? I don't know if I go that far. I'm musical ADHD. Which means that I understand things and I can articulate them in practice, not necessarily in words. We need to open up the other side of the river. No, wait, hold on. So, as far as instrumentation,
Yes.
I have flute, saxophone. You may ask which saxophone. The answer is yes. Didgeridoo. Not drum kit, not drum set, but individual drums I understand on a musical level. I have done trumpet. I have done clarinet. I have done guitar, bass, guitar, upright bass, cello, violin, viola. The list goes ever on and on. Ocarina, C flat, F sharp, F major, G major, E flat major. Like pick your ocarina. Piano. My big thing is I can't do whole body coordination, so I'm not great at like drum kit, drum set. Otherwise, hand me an instrument, give me 2 months, I'll get it down. Historically. Where in Australia did you end up, Leaf Tales? I'm super curious because Australia is so big and Australia has so many different like microcultures within it. Yeah, take that, coughing. Currently, it is getting hella late and I have to wake up early tomorrow. Correct. I am going to cut myself off at 11:30. That's my plan. So at like 11:20, 11:25, we'll stop playing game. And then I'll let you know what the rest of the plan is for the week in our kind of chat room. And then we'll boop out. 6 a.m. comes early and the gods have no favoritism. What can I say? Music is my jam. I don't have any other way to put it, but music is my jam. I sometimes joke with my coworkers, literally joke with my coworkers by breaking out into Nightwish as a joke. And it works, and they giggle. And I've watched 32-year-old men giggle in a warehouse, so that counts for fucking something, right?
Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
What retro consoles do I have? Okay, this is a complicated question. We're gonna go company by company because that's probably the easiest way to do it. Nintendo, SNES, N64, GameCube, Wii U counts? I have both Switches, as a note. You went to Sydney, you went to Sydney, saw the Great Barrier Reef, visited a bunch of the Outback, went all... Oh, that sounds awesome, Leaf Tales. I'm so envious. I'm so glad you got to experience that. You got to find the Pokemon album now? So we'll start with Nintendo. NES, SNES, N64, GameCube, Wii U, because I figured I could skip the Wii. I don't need to own a Wii. I have both Switches. I have a Game Boy Color. I have the pink, the frost purple, and the Mountain Dew Baja Blast Game Boy Advance. I have the SP, specifically 101 in pearl pink and pearl blue. I have a 3DS Zelda edition, a new 3DS Zelda edition, and a new 3DS Galaxy edition. I have a Sega Master System, a Sega Genesis, a Saturn, and a Dreamcast. Unfortunately, I no longer have a Nomad. It died the honorable death. My Wii U still runs like a dream. I have a PlayStation 1 101. I have a PlayStation 1 102? The bubble one that comes with the optional screen, and I have the optional screen. I have a PS2 First Edition, PS2 First Edition JP, PS2 90. I can't remember what is it P90? Is it X90? I cannot remember. I'm sorry. But it's the final edition of the PS2. I have a PS3. It is a 60 gig and is a first gen 60 gig. I have a PS4 Pro. I have 3 PSPs, a 2000 model, a 3000 model, specifically also the Miley Cyrus Hannah Montana glittery purple 3000 model. I have 2 360s. I have one that is September 2006 for lulz. I have one that is a 250 gig. I think it's a 2010 model. Basically, I went for the one that would be most backwards compatible so I could play my Xbox games. I'm forgetting shit. I'm certain I'm forgetting shit. I'm forgetting Nintendo handhelds for certain. But I have a little bit of everything. I don't have a Nomad. I never bought a Nomad. I've gotten my hands on a Nomad. I've never bought a Nomad. Or not a Nomad. Oh shit. What's the name of it? The one previous to the Nomad that was the handheld that ran on like 1,000,000 T batteries. Because the Nomad played the actual games, the Game Gear. Game Gear. The Game Gear is the one I meant, not the Nomad. I'm sorry. I had a Nomad, my Nomad died. I've played a Game Gear. I could never actually personally commit to a Game Gear. I could not. I also have, and this is where I'm either gonna keep you or lose you, to be very real. I have a 2600 and I have a 5200. You have a Game Boy, but it's all broken and stuff? Did you know Game Boys are actually some of the easiest Nintendo consoles to repair? Like, genuinely. If you're not feeling up to it, you can get your average bear to do it for like $50. I know it's not an easy throwaway amount of money right now, but if you are interested, historically that is true. Yeah, Game Boys are 8-bit systems. They are easy as all hell to repair, replace, rebuild, refurbish. They are... all it takes is a little denatured alcohol, a hope, and a prayer. Maybe a new motherboard. Like, what's wrong with it, Karma? Is it the screen or is it the...
Wait.
Like, to give you context, I grew up with my parents having a sort of like commuter marriage. So every 2 weeks I was carted about 350 miles between the two parents, and we'd spend like a weekend together, and then I'd stay for 2 weeks with like the one parent, and then we'd switch off after a weekend together. Doesn't turn on, that might just be a calcification short or just a basic short, and honestly that might be one of the easiest things to fix on an original Game Boy. I've actually been good on that, Kawaii Cuties. Thank you so much for considering my health and well-being. I have my water right here, right next to my cider. And my chair is currently comfy enough that I can stretch while I'm sitting here, and I've been doing that to make sure that my legs don't die. Lyme disease means that, like, inflammation is a queen bitch, so I have to accommodate it carefully. Road! Well, for what it's worth, Karma, with that being an 8-bit screen, especially being an 8-bit LCD screen, it shouldn't be a hard replacement. You could even get it replaced for, like, with a new, like, higher res screen or, like, backlit screen. Odds are for under 150. I'm not going to promise that. I'm not going to tell you that's the gospel truth. I'm just going to tell you what I've seen. We should go the actual, like, full river course and not just take the surprise. I'm good at this game, I promise. What? How did that go through you? How? How? That's a crimes. I want my flute. Also, Karma, worth noting that technically, if you're feeling adventurous enough, you can rebuild that screen by yourself, but that comes with a big, heavy asterisk. But it is an 8-bit screen, which is one of the easiest things to currently, like, functionally YouTube engineer. I don't have a better way of putting it. Come here. Yup. I'm not going to make the obligatory cloister joke. As a female, I know it's there. Oh shit! Didn't mean to cave. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I caved. I zigged when I should have zagged. I failed you. Nope. How can you say no to that? That's just so cute. Nope. Nope. Yup. Okay.
Yes.
Karma, if, like, your local market tries to super overcharge you for that, let me know and I'll direct you to, like, on-like markets that can help out. For the record.
Well done.
I can post my Discord again, and you can, like, jump in and... Leaf Tales, you spent lots of time learning how to create various project ideas. You decide to sound fun from microcontroller up. Super fun, and repairing tech feels so rewarding too. Dude, that's legit. That is super legit. Give me just a sec because I am slow. Para? Ta-da! To dance! Already better.
Well done.
Yatta!
Welcome back.
Thanks! Okay. Yell at me if you need to keep me from hitting the polygon right at the end, because I need to go the regular exit. I will accept yells, I will accept shouts, I will accept all sorts of grumping at me because it's warranted. Hi! Leaf Tales, I fully agree with you. It is fun to learn how tech works. I've been... I suppose I should frame it as my current boondoggle. But I've been trying to learn live 2D because we are over here in Vroid, and we're fine. You know, we're not complainable, but we're fine. But also, you know as well as I do that 2D girls is best girls. I don't have to explain that to nobody. So I'm because I'm Poe, there is no or about it, am Poe. I've been trying to slowly integrate Live 2D into my brain so I can be flat. Because flat is justice. So it's been a slow learning curve. I'm getting there, I think, maybe. Sorta, kinda. We'll see. That's gonna be a surprise for y'all, if it actually happens. Thank you, Karma! I appreciate your reminder! I would love to be flat. That would be so cool. That would be so cool. I actually, okay. I wasn't expecting to share this, but because it's just us fishes here. I actually spent the second half of my lunch break at work today maybe doing rough designs of more emotes for Twitch so we could have more things to play with. I definitely, you know what, fuck it. Definitely not influenced by Freeman. Not even a little bit. No. But I maybe took a sticky note, like a literal post-it note from my work desk, and started sketching on either side of it to make the rough draft ideas of a couple of emotes so we could have more. Because yeah.
Well done.
I'm still open to more ideas, so if you have ideas, please do feel free to share them in Discord. Hey, better than last time.
Well done.
Look at us go! We need one more elusive Pokemon. I think this is a good place for us to call it for the night because it is late o'clock. So I'm gonna hold your breath. I'm gonna pop us right over. Pop. Hi. Hi. So thank you. First of all, if you were a fish, you'd think you'd be a tuna because that's your favorite fish for sushi. Dude, tuna sushi's so good. Especially spicy tuna sushi. It makes me happy in the tummy in the best way. But even like, okay, it's gotta be like good tuna, like red to the point where it's almost purple, where it's that good magenta color, that good shit. And then it's just the best thing ever. It's like butter melting in your mouth. It's amazing. I love it so much that my tummy is happy thinking about it. Like, I like tuna in general. I'll be honest. I'll eat canned tuna, but I like tuna in general, whether it's bright red or cherry red or purple. I like tuna. There's a way to make it appetizing any which way. But when you get the tuna that doesn't need any sort of seasoning or like affectation to just be amazing, that's a special treat. That's amazing. You're having it tomorrow for dinner? Oh, that sounds awesome. I'm so happy for you, Karma. I'm a little bit envious, I will admit, but I'm happy for you. A raid target would be awesome, Wubba. If you've got ideas, that would be great. Thank you. I do plan on streaming again on Thursday. So if you want to come in Thursday and hang out, we'll probably be doing Uma. There's a like 2% chance we'll be doing Stardew instead. But we'll probably be doing Uma. Because Rice Shower. Rice Shower best girl. Thank you, Karma. I appreciate that. Eat some and think of me. That'll make me happy. Raining Koalas. That's an excellent name. Have you guys maybe thought of a raid message yet? Has that entered your brain? It's okay if it hasn't. I was just wondering if maybe something has entered your mind space about the whole I mean, Leaf Tales, we could do something. That is super cute. Karma, the best I could think was you can't escape, because escape this raid. You know, with a hyphen between Eska and Pe. But I'm terrible at puns because I'm too science nerdy. So you tell me if that sucks or not. Oh, Koala will be ending soon? Oh, Wubba, do you have another, record if Hamstrudel? Okay. Hamstrudel. That's an adorable name. Oh my dear sweet goodness. Oh, look at the light anglerfish raid. Karma, I love that. That's so good. Thank you. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, and Hamstrudel is playing him, okay. Hamstrudel is playing Milano's Oddjob collection. If you like retro games, this will be right up your alley. Karma, thank you so much. That's a great idea. Thank you. I love that. So I'm going to go ahead and start the raid so we can pop in over there. Again, thank you guys so much for showing up today. I really appreciate it. I hope you had fun. Thursday we'll be doing cozy games. You let me know in the Discord if you'd rather see Stardew or Uma. I'm personally leaning Uma. But that's okay. Hold on just a sec. Technical issue. Okay, things figured out. Okay, I hope you have a good night. Bye-bye, Otsukoi!